England takes on Germany today in the 2022 Euro final at Wembley.
An exciting morning and a very good morning. 6 o'clock on Sunday the 31st of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Rosie.
We're live across the whole of the UK. We're on your TV, your radio and online. So wherever you are and whatever you're up to today, you can take us out and about with you.
Well, here's what you're waking up to this morning. A 90,000 sellout crowd at Wembley will see the Lionesses take on Germany in the Euro 2022 final. A victory today would mean the first major trophy since the men's 1966 World Cup win. Will you be cheering them on?
A new fundraising scandal for the royals. Prince Charles is accused of accepting $1 million from the family of Osama bin Laden. Clarence House insists that due diligence was undertaken by the Prince of Wales's charitable fund.
More promises from the Tory leadership hopefuls. Liz Truss promises Oxbridge interviews for every A-star pupil. Rishi Sunak says you should be fined £10 if you fail to show up for your GP appointment.
And as ever, we would love to hear from you this morning, maybe particularly about that GP story. GBViews at gbnews.uk. I wonder if it's slightly dangerous territory for Rishi Sunak in a way, because it is very controversial talking about fines for missing GP's appointments. He's saying if you miss 2 consecutive appointments, then you can be charged £10, unless you've got extenuating circumstances.
Yeah, unless you've got a reasonable excuse. I mean, what I can imagine is happening is people in the NHS thinking, OK, well, that's going to make £10 for every, every no-show. But how much is the infrastructure going to cost to execute the fines?
Well, I suppose the idea is that it's not about raising the money, is it? It's about...
It's a deterrent.
It's a deterrent. Because DNAs, as they call them, did not attend, costs the NHS millions and millions of pounds every year. They're a real problem. So something has got to be done. We all moan that there isn't enough money in the system. So will it make a difference? Will it make sure we attend? We should all attend. It's hard enough to get an appointment at the minute.
I know you do think it normally would be, you'd expect, a reasonable reason why someone didn't turn up, because why did you book it in the appointment?
But apparently, actually, we've got a GP, Dr. Amos, who's on later on, so we'll ask him about this as well. But apparently it is still, despite the problems that we've got at the minute, still a really big problem. So we'll see what he has to say about that. Get in touch, gbviews at gbnews.uk.
Now, let's head to our top story. England versus Germany. The women's Euro final will take place at Wembley Stadium today in front of a 90,000 sellout crowd, and I'm sure many more watching at home. If the Lionesses win, it would mean the first major trophy since the men's 1966 World Cup win.
Now, the final is expected to be the most watched TV event of the year, they're expecting about 19.5 million viewers, 4.6 million fans expected to watch from pubs, bars and restaurants, spending about £46 million and, importantly, knocking back 8.7 million pints.
Well, here with more details, less on the drinking, but more what will happen on the pitch. Sports broadcaster and journalist Aidan McGee. A very good morning to you, Aidan. There is excitement, isn't there? Look at the front page of the Sunday Times. It says, "Let them roar again." Do you think this time tomorrow we're going to be celebrating?
Well, even if we're knocking back 8.7 million pints, I'm not sure we'll be in a mood to celebrate it, although, I understand there are some people at GB News, that's just a night out for them.
Oh, yeah.
Will they win? Can they win? Well, they can win, of course they can, because they've, if you look at the last 19 games since Serena Wiegmann took over in September, they scored 104 goals and conceded just 4. So that would tell you that some of the opposition they've been playing is substandard, quite frankly. Having said that, England are still setting high standards, but do not underestimate Germany. They had a very tricky game on Wednesday against France. They had 2 days extra rest. I thought it showed on the night. But for them, it's about managing the occasion. But it's also about managing the occasion for England. No women's football match has ever taken place in Europe with that kind of crowd before. So they're going to manage the expectations of the crowd and people being around them. I mean, OK, they played in front of 28 and 30,000 this week, so, it's somewhere close to that, but it's different on occasion with all those people watching, all the pressure. Now, it's funny because Sam Allardyce, the men's manager, who was England manager 6 years ago, briefly, he said to me, the problem with England's men's team is when they go into big games, they're bedraggled by fear. It's the fear of failure. It's the online abuse that comes from as a result of losing. It's the criticism from the media. Sometimes it's carrying it for life. You miss a penalty in a tournament, as Chris Waddle did in 1990, or Stuart Pearce. You carry that for life. Gareth Southgate is still reminded of that penalty miss in Euro '96. So there's fear. There's what would happen if I fail. I don't detect that with the women's team. I think, although they are imperious...
Well, they're in the final. That's the thing.
They are, but
it's the excitement of that.
Yes, they are. But the men's team have gone deep into tournaments before as well in the last 30-odd years. The difference now is that I don't think if England and the Lionesses lose today, they're going to be, criticised in quite the same way. And therefore, there isn't the fear. We always expect that they're going to give a good account of themselves. We all respect what they've done. If they lose, we all understand that Germany are a good side, and that just goes with the territory. And I don't think that fear is there. And that might help them on the day. That might think, well, actually, we've got nothing to lose, but everything to gain. They're playing calibre opposition. Germany are perennial winners of this tournament. 8 wins in the Euros in the previous 9 prior to the last tournament. So you're looking at real...
Sorry, say that again? Germany
prior
won...
to the last tournament, won 8 of the previous 9 Euros. They are the dominant side in Europe. They vie with the US globally, really. The US are very dominant outside of Europe, but Germany are the main dogs in this fight.
I'm always quite happy to admit when I've got things wrong, and to change my mind, because I'm no.
You talking about my jacket again?
No, I like the jacket. I'm no football fan, as people who know me know. However, you've got to read the room. You've got to read the nation, and this is clearly exciting the country. So I need to get off my backside and get stuck in, don't I?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a one-off thing. This is not going to transform women's football overnight, and anyone who thinks it's going to is sorely mistaken. We'll see the WSL at the start of September. We'll see what the attendances are now. The average there at the moment is 2,000. It's not enough. They're being supported by men's teams, men's Premier League teams. So we want to see that improve as time goes on. But it's a huge shot in the arm what's happened in the last four weeks. We look at it over the last 7 years, since 2015. That's when I first started covering it. The trajectory has been generally upwards, but there's a lot of work to do. If England are playing games, 19 matches since September, they scored 104 goals. That means that the opposition isn't good enough, and the overall standard has to improve. There aren't enough teams playing it, aren't enough countries with professional leagues. There are only 12 professional clubs in this country, as opposed to 92 in the men's section. So there's a lot of work to do, but this today... And the huge numbers we're talking about. I mean, everyone talks about darts and snooker back in the 80s, when I think it was the Dennis Taylor and Steve Davis final in 85 got 22 million audience in 1 o'clock in the morning. So we're going to hit those kind of numbers today, and it's harder to hit those numbers today because there's such a proliferation of TV channels, so much choice. Back then we only had BBC One, BBC Two, ITV, Channel 4. So it's a big, big thing. It's a statement to get those kind of numbers. The stadium's full as well. They've priced the tournament very well as well. I mean, you can get tickets for £15, £10, £5. That's sensible. They've taken advantage of the fact that the scheduling has been in favour of the women's game. There've been no World Cup this year because it's happening later in the year. No Olympics. Wimbledon's done. Commonwealth Games isn't really going to kick into gear until next week. So they've been very smart and very savvy in terms of the timing, and they've made the most of it. And that's why we're arriving at this situation today where we're drinking 8.7 million pints. I think about...
So where are you going to be watching it?
I'm going to a christening over in Richmond.
Okay.
So it's going to be showing in the pub that we're going to. Not in the
Sorry,
church.
no.
I'm not making the church service. That church service is 11 o'clock because I'm here. I'm committed to GBNews. But later on in the day, it'll be on in the pub. I hope anyway.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
I'm sure it will.
There's at least 6 of those 8.7 million pints with my name on them.
All right. Oh, there you go. Aidan, thank you. We'll catch up with you a little bit later. Let's bring you up to date with what else is happening today. And the mother of Archie Battersby has written an urgent appeal to the Health Secretary asking for her son's life support treatment to continue. It's due to end on Monday, and his mother, Holly Dance, wants to prolong treatment until the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities has considered the case.
Police investigating the death of a 9-year-old girl in Lincolnshire have arrested a man on suspicion of her murder. Lilia Vulture was fatally stabbed in Boston on Thursday. A 22-year-old's been detained after several members of the public came forward with information.
Rishi Sunak has vowed to rejuvenate Britain's high streets and slash the number of empty shops by 2025 if he becomes Prime Minister. He says he'll support local businesses, including farmers' markets, and crack down on graffiti and littering.
Liz Truss has unveiled a 6-point plan in her Tory leadership campaign, pledging to be a so-called education Prime Minister. Well, she says she's going to replace failing academies with free schools in an effort to get Britain's education system back on track.
Do you know what? It gets very confusing when you reach a certain age, I think. I don't know what that age is. But this academies, free schools...
grammar school.
I don't know what they are. I just thought it was like school. You just got a school, don't you? I don't know what the difference is. But anyway, there you go. Maybe you do. Get in touch if you do. gbviews@gbnews.uk. Get in touch as well if you've got a view on this, because Rishi Sunak, in his campaign to get into number 10, has said you could be fined if you miss 2 consecutive GP appointments amid concerns about availability of appointments for patients.
Well, Sunak's also said that he'll save the high street if he becomes Prime Minister.
Meanwhile, Liz Truss has pitched herself, as we were just saying, as Education Prime Minister, plans to replace academies with free schools if they're failing and give top students an automatic right to get an interview at Oxford or Cambridge.
Well, let's find out more. To discuss these new policies with us is John Ashmore, editor of the online newspaper CathX. Thank you very much for your time this morning. We're seeing more pitches to the party, aren't we, from both candidates to say, look, I'm credible, trust in me.
Yeah, you've seen a real kind of policy blitz over the last week or so as they try to differentiate from each other. You mentioned the ones just there about saving the high street. Saving the high street is something we've heard quite a lot of times from ministers down the years. You might remember Mary Portas did a big review of the high street. So this isn't really particularly new. Liz Truss as well, you mentioned there, focusing on education today with a 6-point plan. So 6 new policies just on education. I think the difficulty for voters, Tory members here, is that there's just so much to get your head round. Like Stephen was saying in the lead-in, you know, it's a very confusing landscape we have in the UK, not just in education with grammar schools, free schools, private schools, academies, multi-trust academies, you know, lots of different types of education, but across, you know, public services. The way the NHS is structured is extremely complicated as well. So in terms of the politics of it, I'm not sure that coming out with lots of different policies is necessarily going to sway lots of the Conservative members one way or the other. You know, ballots are going out very shortly. I suspect a lot of them will already have made their mind up. If you look at the polls of Conservative members, the number of don't knows is pretty low. It's only about 15%, which is quite interesting when you've still got a month of campaigning to go. And then there's a small section who said they won't vote for either of them, which is also interesting. So, yeah, I mean, there's still plenty to play for here. Interesting to see how the various kind of policies play out among those members.
What I find quite fascinating with what Liz Truss is doing compared to what Rishi Sunak is doing, and I hate to use the old cliches from campaigns of yesteryear, but she's going back to basics, isn't she, with a lot of this?
Well, I think the thing about the schools pledge today is that it's not something we've seen a huge amount of focus on since, I would say, since 2015. Education was a really big part of the coalition government under David Cameron and the Lib Dems. They introduced lots of reforms. Free schools were one of those reforms. So in a way, she's going back to something that was a part of the kind of Tory mission when she first joined government. And, you know, she's been a minister for more than 8 years and across various departments. I think in a leadership contest, though, more generally speaking, that back to basics and setting out a clear pitch with a few, you know, flagship policies is probably a good idea. I mean, if you think back to 2019, for instance, the Conservatives had a very simple message to voters. It was pretty much get Brexit done, more police, more hospitals, and more public spending on you know, key public services. It was very basic. You could fit it on a small card, or go back to 97. Tony Blair had a pledge card with 5 clear promises to the public. You know, people can't keep dozens of different policies in their head and assess them at the same time. So I think if you're pitching to people, you need to be pretty clear and as you say, basic.
So do you think, actually, maybe there's a bit of a misfire in terms of campaigning and that it is going to get a bit muddied by so many new announcements?
I do, yeah. I think also the problem, especially for Rishi Sunak, who's seen as the person who's trailing, is that it sounds like he's coming out with stuff slightly on the hoof to try and catch up, rather than because this is stuff he's always wanted to do or he's always thought. I'm thinking particularly yesterday, he came out, there was a story about him saying that he was going to take arms against so-called woke nonsense. Now, there's definitely a section of the public, and especially of Conservative members, who are very against woke nonsense, who think that, you know, all this stuff has gone way too far. The problem is this is not something we've ever really heard anything about from Rishi Sunak. So if he starts coming out with it now, it seems like he's had some sort of latter-day conversion. It just seems a bit inauthentic, you know. So I think there's that risk as well. You sort of dilute your own brand. The other thing is if you start coming out with policies where you've previously said something different. So on energy bills, Rishi Sunak has suddenly said, oh, we will look to cut them, having said in February that this wasn't a good policy because it disproportionately benefited wealthier households. So Liz Truss's campaign have made hay out of that. They've called it a screeching U-turn. You know, so there's risks in unveiling new policies that you can actually end up sort of undermining yourself at the same time.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's going to be a very interesting summer, I think. John, good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you.
One of those key policies from Rishi Sunak is going to cause controversy. £10 fine if you miss 2 GP appointments back to back, unless you've got a reasonable excuse. You know, is this going to be the start of the introduction of monetising the NHS in a different way?
It's interesting, isn't it? And I do sort of... I could be wrong. Prove me wrong on this. I think you'll like it. I think people will like it.
Who are the people not turning up to appointments?
This is the thing. But anyway, get in touch.
And who's deciding the list of reasonable excuses?
Well, that's the thing. But I think people do get very annoyed when others waste an appointment that we could all use. But anyway, get in touch, gbviews@gbnews.uk. Now, we know you like to get up to watch and listen at this time, but perhaps there's one or two of you who are just up now because, guess what? You couldn't sleep. Well, if that's the case, you've come to the right place. We've got good sleep tips coming up with an expert after the break.
Now, looking ahead to the weather, it's going to be wet, I'm afraid, across parts of England and Wales, or good for your lawns. Dry and brighter for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Let's look at the details. So, southwest of England. The lunchtime snapshot is looking cloudy with some patchy rain and drizzle in places. Murky along northern coast and over the moors too. In southeast England, it's rather cloudy across the southeast. Cloud thick enough for a few splashes of rain too. Most places will stay dry. Let's head over to Wales. And grey, murky and damp across southern Wales until this lunchtime. A few heavier bursts of rain also possible, and it's going to feel quite muggy with temperatures around 22 Celsius. In the Midlands, it's going to be cloudy across lunchtime. Splashes of rain are possible. There will be a few glimmers of sunshine starting to develop. Temperatures about there, 22 Celsius too. In the northeast of England, it's going to be cloudy at midday with the risk of a few heavy downpours. Perhaps some sunnier breaks moving in towards the far north, towards Durham. Temperatures about 20 Celsius there. In Scotland, a bit of a west-east split across southern Scotland this lunchtime with the best of the sunshine in the west. Cloudier in the east with a few showers possible. In Northern Ireland, it's mostly dry at midday with some bright and sunny spells developing at times. It's feeling quite pleasant in the sunshine as temperatures reach around 18 Celsius, winds remaining quite light. So a dry end to the day for many of us, but clearest skies across the north and the west of the UK. That's how the weather's shaping up.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV, on radio,
On digital, absolutely everywhere.
we don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
6:21, morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Rosie.
Now, 2/3 of adults in the US and the UK fail to get, I'm sure this is probably you, fail to get the recommended 8 hours of sleep, instead getting just 6. You know, busy lives, hectic work schedules. They're the most common reasons given for why we don't put our head on the pillow early enough.
Well, if counting sheep isn't helping you over the wooden hill to Bedfordshire, this next item could be the answer to your sweet slumber. It's called 10321, and sleep scientist Dr. Kat Leaderly can tell us more. Morning to you. I mean, we do know this is the perennial problem for anyone who works on breakfast television. Let me tell you, we're obsessed with sleep. Tell us about 10321. What is it? How does it work?
So it's this idea that we can take certain measurements, if you want to call that, or certain habits during the day to help our sleep at night. And the 10 refers to no more caffeine about 10 hours before you go to bed. Because caffeine can stay in the system for up to 9 hours. It can vary between, people, how tolerant or how sensitive you are. So here the rule is, no more caffeine 10 hours before you go to bed. The 3 refers to eating and drinking alcohol, and I think that's really important and not really known. So here the rule is to not have any food or no alcohol 3 hours before bed. And that seems to be very, very important, not just for sleep, but for your general health, by the way. The 2 hours refer to when to stop working, and here it is about 2 hours before you go to bed. Personally, I would question that. I would ideally make that a longer period, but that's just my personal opinion. And then 1 hour is about screens, coming off screens. That means your phone, your laptop, your iPad, an hour before bed. And again, I would suggest to actually make that a much bigger sort of gap than just 1 hour. And then what some people add to it is actually the 0, and that's for the next morning. And that refers to not hitting the snooze button, because so many of us who wake up with an alarm will hit the snooze button repeatedly because they're still so very tired, and they try to grab, some of the sleep that they might still could get.
I honestly think, apart from the alcohol one, because I don't drink that much in the week at all, I would fail on every single one of those metrics.
Yeah, I think but about the work one.
To not have coffee for 10 hours. I mean, I'm trying to count back now. Surely this must be the gold standard, but most people can't have a lifestyle routine that fits in with this.
Yes and no, right? So it depends. The question then is why do you need so much coffee? Why do you need to drink a coffee at 4, 5, 6 p.m.? What's the reason for that? In most instances, but not for everyone, it will be poor nighttime sleep. So it becomes a substitute for the lack of sleep. And then I would say, let's work on that sleep at night, because sleep is foundational for our health and well-being. Without sleep, we can't properly live our lives, because our health will fall apart and our cognitive performance won't be as good.
Interesting that it seems to be a mix of sort of chemical issues here, but also psychological in the switching your brain off and not doing the work and what have you a couple of hours before bed. Is one more important than the other?
No, and again, it will differ between people, but I wouldn't say that one is more important than the other. We have to be aware of what we put in our bodies and when we put it in our bodies. And also we have to think about all the information that we are gathering in the day that we are processing and that needs to be processed at some point. And with the busy, hectic lifestyle, Rosie, that you mentioned, there is actually less time to fully process something through. It might be, yes, our work engagements, but anything outside that, we have very little time to process. And that often then happens in the evening or at night. The people I work with, people who suffer from insomnia, that thinking, that happens, at some point during the night, because there is no space in the day to actually do that.
If you could prioritise one of the 10, 3, 2 or 1, which is the most important?
Oh, that's a good question. I would work on finding time for yourself. And that doesn't necessarily need to be in the evening, but ideally it would be. So where you come off, phone screens, you stop working and you do something for yourself, something that you enjoy doing, not something you have to do. It is something you choose that you want to do, because it gives you a sense of autonomy and control, and it will give you a sense of fulfillment. I've done something, I've achieved something. And that actually can help to lower stress or this feeling of I haven't done enough. But when I do something for myself, that feeling of fulfillment can be really strong, and it can help to just settle things internally.
What's wrong? Final point for you. What is wrong with the snooze button? Why shouldn't we be snoozing the alarm?
Yeah, so good question. In an ideal scenario, we wouldn't need an alarm, right? In an ideal scenario, we would be allowed to wake up when we've had enough sleep and then go about our day. But because of how our society works, and it starts very early, and you guys actually are a great example, right? Breakfast morning TV. But generally people start 8, 9 o'clock. For a lot of us, that's actually too early because of how their sleep is positioned across the 24-hour clock. They actually want to, well, what one would call, maybe you could call a lion, they just need more sleep in the morning. So anyway, so they have to use the alarm. But because they haven't had the sleep they need, they're still tired, so they keep hitting it. But the sleep they're then getting isn't good quality sleep. And not every part of your body will fall back asleep. And so there's a real mismatch within your body, different organs, different processes. Some will start to wake up, others will still be in dreamland. And that can lead to problems further down the line.
Interesting. Dr. Kat Leadley, good to talk to you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. Gives us all something to aim for. I have to say, I'm not a snooze button person, because if I do not, especially for this shift, if I do not get out of bed the second the alarm goes off, I'm not here. It is absolutely game over. I'm not a morning person.
So if it's not a work day, what time are you waking up?
Whenever. Don't set the alarm.
Really?
Not on a work. If I'm on a day off, so tomorrow I'm not working, I will just not set an alarm.
Do you feel nervous about what time you might wake up in the morning?
No, and I generally will wake up about sort of between 6 and 8. But
that's quite a wide window.
Yeah, but sometimes you wake up and it's like 11:30 or something, and it's like, great, lovely.
That would honestly strike horror in my bones.
What is it?
Because I feel like, well, I've wasted so much time.
Oh, it's lovely. I love a sleep. Love a sleep. And I do like, on a day off, I do like a little siesta.
So you could wake up at 11:30 and then have a nap?
Have a nap about 2 o'clock.
Just a day of snoozing.
Yeah. Love it.
I reckon everybody this morning has started doing mental arithmetic to work out when they went to bed and when they normally have their last cup of coffee in the day.
Yeah.
I just like the taste of it more. Maybe I have to go on to decaf.
The thing is, you're quite young. That's it. And I think the older you... Because I used to drink, like, Red Bulls and things as I was going to bed. And it just never had any impact on me at all. Didn't keep nothing. But now, They get those, those nights where you just cannot sleep and you just lying there, and it's because I've had a coffee about mid-afternoon or something.
Really?
So I think the older you get, the more sensitive you get to it.
Do you know the worst thing I ever got given as a present once was chocolate-covered coffee beans?
Oh, nice.
You can only eat, like, 2 or 3, tops. If you have loads, you're just walking around feeling like that was very bad.
Yeah, we could do with a bowl here. Let's get them on the set. I think it'd be perfect. Anyway, let us know how you cope with your sleep. GBViews at gbnews.uk.
We've got lots more to come here, including all the headlines making the papers today.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
6:32, good morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Rosie.
Let's take a look at today's front pages this Sunday morning. I'll save the high street, says Rishi Sunak. The Prime Minister, hopeful, vows to help shops thrive, punish hooligans and stop banks closing cash machines. That's according to the Sunday Express.
In the Sunday Times this morning, Liz Truss has proclaimed herself the Education Prime Minister, promising an Oxbridge interview for every A-star pupil.
Let's move to the Telegraph. You could receive, as we've been talking about this morning, a £10 fine for an NHS no-show. It's an attempt to improve the availability of GPs, so says Rishi Sunak. If you miss 2 consecutive appointments, you'll be fined.
The Independent says Britons want whoever wins the Conservative Party leadership race to face a general election.
Prince Charles's judgment is being questioned yet again. According to the Mail on Sunday, one of his charities received a £1 million sum from the family of 9/11 terrorist Osama bin Laden.
Come on, you Lionesses. The Sunday People backseat England women's team to beat the Germans in tonight's Euro final.
And the Daily Star, hot as hell, they say. The Sunday Star says this sizzling summer will last until Halloween.
Ooh, it's nice. And normally the sort of 3 days we get of summer in the UK.
Not great for everybody's lawns.
No, not good for the lawns. Let's talk to political commentator Andre Walker and anthropologist Mariana Hotter, who are here. Good to see you both this morning. Andre, let's talk about the high street revival that Rishi wants to enact.
By the way, the English summertime's my favourite day of the year.
Yes, OK.
Oh, the old ones. A classic never dies, Stephen. A classic never dies. So anyway, how much of this is going to happen given how far Liz Truss is ahead? I don't know, but Rishi Sunak obviously really keen to make some momentum back. He's saying that he's going to save the high street. I think the critical issue for everybody is the way that business rates effectively are being seen to destroy the high street. Whether that's right or wrong, I don't know. But, of course, the amount that Amazon pay in business rates compared to, say, Harrods, which is, a significantly smaller number of customers is just unbelievable. And so, consequently, things are able to be sold online significantly cheaper than they're able to be sold on the high street, and that is extremely damaging. He wants to see shops refilled, and he wants to stop bank branches from closing, although it has to be said, I'm a customer of one bank that said it was going to open up more branches and has just recently closed. I think the world is turning against the high street, so I think it's a very sad thing. But
well, it's evolution, isn't it? And I know a lot of people talk about this the other day. I know a lot of people like the high street, but it's just not. We say, oh, we want to go to the high street, but we still, if we need something, think, oh, I'll just get online.
Well,
I can just order it in 30 seconds.
I think you're right. It's a culture change, isn't it? And you have those campaigns that say shop local, support your love your place, love the place you live, support independent shops, and it is absolutely true. You have to put your money where your mouth is. It's all well and good saying, oh, it's terrible that that lovely little grocery shop on the corner's closed, or there's no shop in the village, or whatever it is. And you go, well. If
Did you use it?
Yeah, buy your bread and milk there. But the thing is, when people are counting the pennies, that little bit of extra that you have to pay because you're not going to the massive Tesco's or getting it online, it does add up.
Yes,
and
I do think,
a sort of bit of a luxury. It's a real difficult.
I do think there's an important caveat, and I refer back to Theo Pathetis appeared on this channel, and he was talking about this subject. Obviously, he owns Ryman's. And the point that he made was that he didn't mind paying taxes on profits, but the big problem with business rates are that before you do anything at all, you've got to pay your business rates. And so there are sometimes shops that make a loss and are still paying quite a heavy tax burden. And these sums can be pretty huge. And of course, as I say, with the online retailers, because it's based on the space you rent and warehouses are cheap, town centre shops are not cheap, it can put them in real trouble.
But you get rid of business rates. Businesses may stay around for a bit longer, but it's not going to make us go and shop there, is it?
I get that. But I think there are a couple of things. I think, somebody said to me, who has a huge shop, said, do you remember the old days when I remember the old days when we all used to go to a different town, say, every weekend and go, hey, let's look at the shops in, I don't know, in Bath today. Let's go and have a look in Bristol. Now, everything's got exactly the same shops, and that is part of the problem. There's no diversity within different shopping areas.
When was the last time you went to your high street deliberately for a specific purchase?
Well, funnily enough, I live in the town centre, but I have to say, I see your point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember. Normally what I will do is if I see an item, I'm doing what everybody else is doing, so I don't feel that I'm being bad for this. I just get on my Amazon Prime and just send it. Now, I'm sorry, don't even check the price. I don't know if it's cheaper on the high street, but fact.
The thing that will get me to the high street is like maybe a card, a birthday card, or I might. But it's not, like all of us, we're all changing our behaviour.
It is. That doesn't mean that the high street should be dead. It just means it needs to evolve as well. It needs to reinvent. Because the thing is, people still need community spaces. You still want a place where you can meet up with your neighbour for a coffee, take the kids after you've been to the library, all that stuff, which actually makes somewhere feel like a good place to live.
Yeah, I just wonder if Rishi Sunak is just trying to improve the life support rather than reinvent it.
Well, I think some of these things that are being, peddled in the papers today, they're all like tiny little tweaks. They're what colour bauble you put on the tree rather than should you have a tree or not. I mean, it needs to be big, meaty stuff, and actually they're just tinkering with the decorations.
Well, while they're tinkering with the high street, Mary Ann, what about tinkering with education in the Sunday Times?
Well, education may well need tinkering with. This bit is nonsense, I think. It's a really interesting and bizarre proposal from Liz Truss, in my opinion, which is that she wants to make Britain an aspiration nation.
Right.
She wants to enable people to kind of actually maximise on their talent, enable social mobility. Her suggestion for how to achieve that is that any kid who achieves 3 A stars at A-level should get an interview at Oxford or Cambridge.
If they want one.
If they want, they should be invited for interviews.
No, it should be mandatory.
You shouldn't have to apply. You should be invited.
Yeah.
And somehow that will change people's perceptions of Oxbridge.
But isn't that...
And also change people's chances of getting in. Except that's the bit that's wrong-headed.
Well, except isn't this pure meritocracy? So and there's been very big concerns about diversity, for example, within Oxbridge.
Yeah.
Well, this blows it out the water, doesn't it? It's meritocracy. If you're good enough, you'll get an interview. If you're bright enough, you'll get an interview.
Well, that's true.
That's good.
Anyway, it's that you need support from your teachers. You need to have that seed. I went to Cambridge. I went to a state school and then I applied to Cambridge because I decided I wanted to go. Studied archaeology and anthropology. Not many other students from my sixth form college went. And it was a bit of a culture shock when I went there. But the college that I went to was, like, super supportive. So I totally understand that state school students should be going to Oxbridge and they should feel like they can apply and that they belong and that is somewhere where they can and should aspire to go if they want to. The thing is, though, at the point you've done your A-levels, you've already lost loads of people who are talented who just go, that's not for me. You need to start having those conversations and raising those aspirations and supporting those kids to achieve the best they can when they're in year 10, when they're in year 9, in year 7.
Wouldn't this lead to some of that,
You could be an apprentice, you could be a space engineer, you could go to Oxbridge to study PP and become the next Prime Minister. That's when we plant the seeds of those dreams, not after kids have got their A-levels.
Do you know something? I was speaking to somebody who runs one of these private tuition firms, which are really huge now, where, you know, in addition to your kids going to private school and them doing musical instruments and ballet and all this, we've got additional tuition. And do you know something? When you talk about private school children getting into Oxford and Cambridge, you look at the level of support that some people are getting in this country with, you know, unbelievable levels of support in the schools, plus private tuition coming out of their eyeballs, plus music lessons, plus drama lessons, plus dance lessons, plus... To the extent that she said to me, you know, some parents, you could accuse them of child abuse for giving their kids so much stuff to do. But then you look at, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, you look at your average state school and the amount that they can do in terms of the extracurricular activities that look brilliant on a UCAS form, and there's just no comparison. And so I just don't feel as if this makes a huge difference.
Oh no, it's another bauble. It's sort of a nonsense suggestion. If you want to overhaul education and genuinely level up, genuinely create Britain as an aspiration nation, you need to, exactly what Andre said, fund all that extracurricular stuff in state schools. Stop selling off playing fields. Have a rugby coach. Have musical instruments available for kids to borrow and learn instruments.
Well,
all
let's
that
look
stuff makes the difference.
At another policy announcement. We've done the high street and education, the NHS.
Right,
now, so Rishi Sunak's plan.
Now, this isn't a bauble, is it?
No, it's not.
This is a serious policy.
I think this is a bauble.
Right, Rishi Sunak has said, and you've talked about it already on the show and kind of preceded it, that there'll be a £10 fine for somebody who misses GP appointment after they've missed the first one and they don't have a reasonable explanation. Look, I have to say to you, I kind of have some respect for Rishi Sunak, because what he appears to be now doing is coming up with as many unpopular policies as possible.
Well, is it unpopular? Is it unpopular? We've had loads of people get in touch already this morning, and I'll go through some of these in a bit more detail later on, and it is not unpopular. And Paul, in particular, said, I had a hospital appointment on Friday. The screen in the waiting area showed that of 16,000 appointments the previous week, 5,600 had failed to attend.
Wow, that's incredible. And you know what? I had a friend of mine who was a GP, and he said one of the major problems that he had was, and I'm not being disrespectful when I say this, lonely people who just kind of book in appointments because they've really just got nothing better to do. Yeah. And when I say nothing better to do, I'm not being disparaging to them.
No.
These people
they just want the company.
But he said that that's one of the great difficulties. And of course, one of the problems we do have is the difficulties in getting GP appointments. I think I was on this show last week and we made exactly that point about how difficult it is to come and meet a GP, how difficult it is to get in person. Look, I applaud him, and if it's popular amongst the views, it's popular amongst the views. My instinct is this is probably not the time to pull it out when he's far behind in the leadership election. But, of course, he's been taken to the TV saying that he's attempting to be responsible by not promising tax cuts and coming up with some of the more unpopular policies.
I think the £10 thing is fine, but I think fundamentally the reason I think it's another nonsense bauble, a sort of distraction, is because that's not going to address the massive underfunding of the NHS, the fact that A&E services are crumbling, the fact that doctors and nurses are at breaking point. Nurses are going to food banks, for goodness sakes, and they hesitate to strike because they realise the importance of the jobs that they do. But you can't keep pushing because the system is broken.
Yeah, but
people wait hours for 999 ambulances. How's a £10
But this would,
fine?
Yeah, but what Stephen's saying...
Money. It's not about the fine, it's the deterrent, isn't it? Because the amount of money which is wasted by people not turning up.
It is, but it's a drop in the ocean.
Maybe.
But I have to say, I didn't know the statistic that Stephen's just read out. I mean, if you're talking about a third of appointments in some cases, admittedly, that's one hospital, 1 week, but a third of appointments missed. I mean, that is a far more catastrophic problem than I'd realised.
Ken says, absolutely agree with the charge for missed appointments, so it should be a minimum of £25. There you go. Well, keep your thoughts coming through. I mean, it's not about paying it, is it? It's about the deterrent, I guess. gbviews@gbnews.uk. We'll leave you two for now. Marianne, Andre, thank you. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on.
Okay.
Right now, it is 6:45. You're on Breakfast, and the UK is facing housing shortages and a construction boom. With large amounts of building happening across the country, are we really considering the environmental damage these projects might have?
Well, our East of England reporter Ed Crawford has been in Longstanton talking to one business owner who feels the new development near him is having severe implications for his business.
Britain's on the build, but how does this impact the environment? North Stowe, close to Cambridge, is a new development neighbouring the village of Longstanton. By 2040, North Stowe will have around 10,000 homes with shops, leisure parks and even its own town centre. But at what cost does building new towns have on existing residents nearby? In Longstanton, residents are coming together and crowdfunding legal challenges over the newly approved Phase 3 construction of North Stowe. They claim the previous development phases are responsible for environmental changes to the surrounding environment. Clive Hayden is a concerned local businessman who runs a fruit and vegetable farm in Longstanton. Each morning, Clive checks his crops and prepares to ration out his water. Clive has grown up in Longstanton and his family have farmed the land for 6 decades. But when he checks his well, he wonders how long can he keep going.
I've lost quite a few feet of water since the development started. It's a bad state of affairs now, and could possibly get a lot worse, and that's the worry of all that's going on.
Clive has witnessed and documented the environmental impact of the North Stowe development since it began and feels the groundwater has been manipulated and reduced.
Well, by reducing the groundwater levels, it's restricting my ability to extract water from the gravel seam now, whereas I could abstract sufficient during the summer months to keep my greenhouses watered. And initially, at the early years ago, we used to do double crops, so we'd have the first one through, but then we used to be planting up with the second crop. There's just no chance of that, and just not the water available now. So the little bit of water I have got, I keep for just growing the fruit and veg. So the main greenhouses stand empty, which would have the same crop of flowers through. So production-wise, they're down. It's halved. The worry now is with the impact we've already had and seen from the lowering of the water table. Any worsening of that in the long run, that would just basically finish me. There's just no future without the water from the well.
Has the development in North Stowe caused environmental damage to the surrounding area?
The impacts on the environment, some ponds in the village, they've dried up, no longer features at all. Trees are dying. Certainly on my property I've lost 30 odd trees, and I'm losing more on a yearly basis now. It's just having an impact on everything really. Long term, there's no telling what could happen.
When asked about water reduction in the area, Dr. Toomey Hawkins of South Cambridge Council said, during the Phase 1 works, the developers did remove water from the site as part of their initial construction works. At the time, the removal of the water did not require consent from the council or the Environmental Agency. The position has subsequently changed, and consent would now be needed from the Environmental Agency to protect groundwater resources. The land developers told GB News all necessary consents were obtained prior to work undertaken at North Stowe, and water removed was retained locally. As the need for housing increases around the country, the environmental impact of mass construction is yet to be seen. Ed Crawford, GB News.
Well, let's talk to John Grant, who's Senior Lecturer of Sustainable Construction and Climate Science at Sheffield Hallam University. Good to see you this morning. Look, for most of us, I think this is a bit confusing into what we need to do to keep developing where we need to, but do it in a way which is not going to be damaging to the environment. What needs to be the priorities here?
Well, I mean, at the moment, the priorities that are being placed are on housing. And it's a lot easier and a lot more profitable to do these really large-scale developments, and so we're seeing those being proposed. But it's really gut-wrenching listening to that poor farmer struggling with the groundwater, which they admit that they had to lower because of the building methods that they were using, meant that they had to drop the water table in order to achieve that. But we do need those houses. Everybody knows we need those. I would like to see a lot more affordable rented houses out there, and of a much higher quality. So we may be doing a double whammy here of delivering larger numbers of houses that might be damaging the local environment and might not be fit for purpose for the poor people who are having to buy these overpriced buildings as well.
I think I know there isn't a perfect answer to this, but what is the solution? Is it redeveloping brownfield sites? How do we accommodate the growing population and do it in a way that doesn't cause long-term damage to our biodiversity and climate?
Yeah, I wish I knew the perfect answer to that question. I think you knocked it on the head there, is that there is a whole series of solutions. There may be out there, probably pre-developed, like you said, brownfield sites. So that's sites that have already been developed for all sorts of reasons. I think I've seen some like old airfields and the like that have that option, maybe rural large sort of hospitals and the like. Those might be suitable for the large-scale developments. I personally am a little contentious and think that maybe we should be thinking about reasonable-sized housing estates quite near to houses. This might put a lot of pressure on green belts, which I know is incredibly contentious. But again, those houses would have to balance their environmental impact with the hopefully the environmental positives associated with living in a high-quality house. But if we build really cheap, ticky-tacky houses, which building regs, as far as I'm concerned, are really not up to the standards that we need, then we could be seeing us damaging both the environment and not offering a high-quality home for these people, just a minimum standard home.
It's basic joined-up thinking, isn't it? I mean, I know there's no easy solution, but if you don't join up the thinking to cover all of this, you're not going to get anywhere.
Well, that's true. We absolutely need these houses. You look at the house prices, and that's why I kind of started by saying that at the moment, we've got a housing industry that is looking for a profit. So do they really want to build loads and loads of houses and lower that large value of the houses? I would be shocked if their business plan sort of took that on board. And so these large what are called eco estates or whatever, which I would argue that they're not, but these large estates do try and offer that. But yeah, I think you could do a lot better with smaller, well-designed estates that are where the housing is needed, rather than something that's out of a town where you're going to have to put a lot more cars on the road. There's a lot of infrastructure problems with these out-of-town sort of housing estates as well. So yeah, but from my point of view, I would like these houses much closer to cities where the jobs are, and perhaps that might put pressure on other agricultural areas, which is of some concern, or even green belts, like I said.
OK. John Grant, good to see you this morning. Thank you very much indeed. I like it when someone admits they're being a bit contentious, but that's good. That's good. Sometimes you've got to sort of think out the box with all of this. And it's looking at all the consequences, isn't it, which perhaps some of these developers and planners and regulators are currently not doing.
You talked about contentious. This idea is front page of the Telegraph this morning. A £10 fine for an NHS no-show, says Rishi Sunak. We're seeing more policy ideas from Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak as ballots start to make their way out to Conservative Party members. And lots of people, actually, this morning, and you may hold this view as well, think if you're fined for not turning up to an appointment, bring it on, so you should be.
John is in South Africa, where he says, if we miss an appointment with a health professional, you are billed for a no-show. It is standard practice.
Yeah, Gary says you can't get a doctor's appointment, let alone be fined for not attending. Well, I guess the argument from Rishi Sunak would be, well, if people actually started showing up for them, we didn't waste our time with people who didn't, it might be easier to actually find a space.
Yeah, because people aren't trying to then book in again because they've missed the first one. Joe says doctors' fines, appointment charges, as with prescription charges, all those on low incomes will be exempt anyway. So what would be the point? That's an interesting one. Maybe there wouldn't be an exemption with this. You've got to provide, that you can get out of paying the fine, according to Rishi Sunak, if you can come up with a reasonable excuse as to why you missed the appointment. But maybe that should mean that there shouldn't be any exemptions with this. That's a fair point.
It's interesting to know what a reasonable excuse would be, which meant you couldn't ring up to cancel beforehand. Because, unless you're totally incapacitated, why can you not just ring and say, I'm not going to be there? Because often they text you as well anyway, don't they, to say...
A lot of that goes on now. You get those texts and things. I mean, family emergency or something of that nature, but just saying, oh, I forgot. Which I know does happen. I had a meeting last week, actually, nothing to do with the NHS or health or anything, but this other sort of bit of charitable work I do. And we have these meetings every Tuesday. And then I got a call at 6:10 saying, are you coming?
Oh, no.
And I was like, totally. I just absolutely forgot.
Was it in person or was it on Zoom?
No, it's in person.
Oh, no.
That's embarrassing. Absolutely forgot. I just total mind blank. First time I've done that. Was a bit worried. Sandra said she's just heard about this. Yes. Every registered patient has to submit a credit card on file. Missed appointment payment taken. Simple. The problem behind things of logic not undertaken is it's so difficult to implement. Utter nonsense. There's always a reason for not doing something. It's time to take the bull by the horns and wake up the public to be more responsive. Let us know what you think. gbviews@gbnews.uk.
Now, looking ahead to the weather, it's going to be wet, I'm afraid, across parts of England and Wales, or good for your lawns. Dry and brighter for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Let's look at the details. So, southwest of England. The lunchtime snapshot is looking cloudy with some patchy rain and drizzle in places. Murky along northern coast and over the moors too. In southeast England, it's rather cloudy across the southeast. Cloud thick enough for a few splashes of rain too. Most places will stay dry. Let's head over to Wales. And grey, murky and damp across southern Wales until this lunchtime. A few heavier bursts of rain also possible, and it's going to feel quite muggy with temperatures around 22 Celsius. In the Midlands, it's going to be cloudy across lunchtime. Splashes of rain are possible. There will be a few glimmers of sunshine starting to develop. Temperatures about there, 22 Celsius too. In the northeast of England, it's going to be cloudy at midday with the risk of a few heavy downpours. Perhaps some sunnier breaks moving in towards the far north, towards Durham. Temperatures about 20 Celsius there. In Scotland, a bit of a west-east split across southern Scotland this lunchtime with the best of the sunshine in the west. Cloudier in the east with a few showers possible. In Northern Ireland, it's mostly dry at midday with some bright and sunny spells developing at times. It's feeling quite pleasant in the sunshine as temperatures reach around 18 Celsius, winds remaining quite light. So a dry end to the day for many of us, but clearest skies across the north and the west of the UK. That's how the weather's shaping up.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory. twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GBNews.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go? Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
England takes on Germany today in the Euro 2022 Euro final at Wembley.
Good morning to you. It's 7 o'clock on Sunday, the 31st of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Rosie.
We're live across the whole of the UK on your television, your radio, wherever you are, you can take us with you.
This is what you're waking up to today. And a 90,000 sellout crowd at Wembley will see the Lionesses take on Germany in the 2022 Euro final. A victory today would mean the first major trophy since the men's 1966 World Cup win. So are you going to be cheering them on?
A new fundraising scandal for the royals. Prince Charles is accused of accepting $1 million from the family of Osama bin Laden. Clarence House insists that due diligence was undertaken by the Prince of Wales's charitable fund.
More promises from the Tory leadership hopefuls. Liz Truss promises Oxbridge interviews for every A-star pupil. Rishi Sunak says you should be fined £10 if you don't show for your GP appointments.
And that's really got you going this morning. So please join in the conversation, particularly should you be fined if you don't show up for your GP appointment? Actually, you don't get fined if you can provide a reasonable excuse. But is that the right way the NHS should be going? You can email us, gbviews@gbnews.uk, or you can tweet us too @gbnews. Our top story then. Yeah. England v Germany.
It's a big day.
The Women's Euro final takes place at Wembley Stadium today before what's been a sellout crowd now of 90,000. If the Lionesses win today, it will mean the first major trophy since the Men's World Cup win way back in 1966.
Ooh, way back. Even before I was born. The event is predicted to be the most watched TV event of the year, with about 19.5 million viewers. How they work that out in advance, I don't know. 4.6 million fans are due to watch from pubs, bars and restaurants, spending about £46.1 million and knocking back 8.7 million pints.
Here with us this morning is sports broadcaster and journalist Aidan McKee. Thank you very much for joining us again. We are all excited, but there's a lot of chatter and conversation about the fact that this isn't the same kind of atmosphere and environment as it would have been 12 months ago if the men's team were in this position. Is that fair? What state of play do you think the women's game is in?
In terms of the atmosphere, you know, what's really surprised me, I don't think it's that much different from last year. I mean, I was right involved in that. It's far more involved than I expected it to be, I have to say. In terms of the state of the women's game, we won't really know until 5 or 6 months down the line when we see what the WSL attendances are like. We don't really want women's football to turn out.
What's the WSL, sorry?
The Women's Super League. So that's been set up by the Premier League as an offshoot of the Premier League. It's the women's section. There are only 12 professional teams at the moment. There's a WSL 2 as well, which is for the teams below that. Some of those are semi-pro, but they're due to go professional in due course. But at the moment, there aren't really that many teams. We don't want, though, the women's game just to fall into the trap that rugby union has fallen into, i.e. the international games are very strong. So England play France, or it's a Six Nations game or a World Cup game down at the pub, and it's all packed out, and it's getting somewhere near the numbers in the World Cup that we're talking about just then. But the club game's not very strong. So when you go and see Harlequins or Saracens or Sale Sharks, you're only talking about a couple, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 crowds. We don't want that. We want these games to be strong throughout. At the moment, it looks very top-down. They're building the roof on the house without building the foundations, because sooner or later, this generation of players is going to pass on. Nobody lasts forever. You need that vacuum to be filled by players playing at grassroots level.
But where has this generation come from then? Because I was listening to the former women's captain when I was driving in this morning, and she was still saying, well, they're doing so well, but, you know, they've got a much better squad than I had.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, if you think back to 2009, the last time England competed in the Euros, that was against Germany, and they got beaten 5-2 or 6-2, I think it was. They were barely professional. Well, they weren't professional. They were nowhere near professional. In fact, they were training on parks. They were chasing. They were hoping a dog wouldn't take the ball and run away with it.
Yeah.
So whereas up against Germany that year in 2009, Germany was already professional, but there were still only about 8 or 9 professional leagues throughout the world. So it has a long way to go. To be fair to the players now, they're still of the age where they were invested in this both emotionally, in terms of their time, in terms of their money even, because they would have had to pay subs to play. They would have been invested in this long before it became fashionable. So the next generation of players, though, has to come from schools. Now, Ian Wright was on telly the other day saying it's disgraceful that it's not played in schools. Well, not really. I mean, a school has every right to choose which sports they want to do. Football's no more deserving than any other discipline.
What you might find is come September, when we go back to school, is loads of girls are saying, well, please, can we play?
Yeah, maybe, but it's difficult to change a school's curriculum, isn't it? I mean, some schools just have never played football. So why should they give football precedence over, I don't know, lacrosse or something like that, you know? So, but that has to happen, though. Ian Wright is correct from that point of view. I disagree that it's a disgrace that schools aren't doing it, but it does need to happen for the infrastructure to build through. All the players in the men's game start playing at school. They start playing at the local park. So that culture needs to proliferate a little bit more for that to happen. Otherwise, we're going to see what happened in the 80s in the United States, where we had the National North Atlantic Soccer League. They brought in big players from overseas, Pele, Beckenbauer, Sir Bobby Moore. They tried to glamorise the game at the top end, but it didn't have anything coming through at the bottom. It's taken 40 years since then for the US to build a profile of the game, which means that it's widely played in colleges and schools. You're starting to see players come through, but it's a slow process.
Now, of course, we have a chance today.
Yeah.
How much of a chance?
Well, the bookies make England as the favourites by a slither. Right. And that will be because of home advantage. Now, the crowd on the day will be a big thing, because there's never been a women's football match in Europe played in front of a crowd of that magnitude. In midweek, in the semi-finals, they played in front of, I think it was 28 and 26,000 respectively. So, you know, it's still a decent number, but when you get to 90, you're talking about different stakes.
Yeah.
I don't think the women's team, certainly not the England team, will play with fear. Sam Allardyce, as I said to you last hour, said to me that the men's team has always played with fear. It's fear of failure. The consequences of failure almost outweigh the benefits of winning. And it's such a fine dividing line. And so that's why you get players, they're frightened to take a penalty because they know that you could live with them for life. I don't detect that with the women's team. I think that even if England get beaten 3-0 today, I think we'll be proud of what they've done, and we'll realise that the game's taking big strides.
We're going to win, though, aren't we?
I think we will. I mean, look, they've played 19 games since September, since Serena Wiegmann took over. 104 goals scored, 4 goals conceded. Now, that tells you a lot about the opposition. They're substandard, clearly. However, England are setting the standards. You can't blame them. And I think with that kind of momentum, I find it difficult to see how you can go 19 games and lose your 20th in the final. But they're up against Germany. And prior to the last tournament, which they lost, they went out in the semi-finals, they won 8 of the previous 9. So they are the dominant team. In fact, one of those wins was against England, as I mentioned, in 2009. So they are the dominant team. So if they lose, let's not get too despondent. They're playing up against calibre side, but I think they're going to win.
And score prediction, Aidan? Because you always ask everybody else.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm going to go... I think England will concede, but I think we'll score... I think we'll go 2-1 in extra time.
2-1 extra time?
No penalties.
Oh, there we go. There we go. We shall see. Aidan, thank you. We'll catch you with you a little bit later on.
I'm going to be in Trafalgar Square with...
the fans?
All the fans. It's got 7,000. Not at Wembley, where it'll be 90,000. A smaller audience of 7,000.
7,000. Oh, it's still going to be busy.
I think it's going to be fun.
Oh,
It looks like it might...
in Croydon's going to be busy as well, actually.
I think it looks like it might rain a little bit.
Well, the box park's covered. It should be all right.
Be all right.
Well, we're celebrating, so it'll be fine.
Yes.
Or it might be like what we've...
Singing in the rain.
Or when it rains with beer, when everyone celebrates with their goal.
Yeah.
8.7
What outfit are you wearing?
A waterproof dress.
Well, yeah, I was going to say. Might need dry cleaning.
Bring an umbrella.
Okay. There you go. If you're going anywhere today to market, to celebrate, fan zones, there's a big fan zone not far from where I live, actually, I noticed the other day.
You're going to be right in the thick of it,
I'll
aren't
be
you?
right there.
You'll be there.
What time's the match?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Well, you never know. Anyway, let us know what you're up to. GBVs at gbnews.uk.
Let's bring you up to date with the other stories making the headlines today, though. And the mother of Archie Battersby has written an urgent appeal to the Health Secretary asking for her son's life support treatment to continue. The support is set to end on Monday afternoon, and Archie's mother, Holly Dance, wants to prolong treatment until the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities have been able to consider the case.
Police investigating the death of a 9-year-old girl in Lincolnshire have arrested a man on suspicion of murder. Lilia Velutite was fatally stabbed in Boston on Thursday. A 22-year-old has been detained after several members of the public came forward with information.
The Conservative leadership debate, and Liz Truss has unveiled a 6-point plan in her campaign, pledging to be a so-called education prime minister. The Foreign Secretary says she plans to replace failing academies with free schools in an effort to get Britain's education system back on track.
Yeah, would love to know if you're going to watch football. Because, I mean, I know Phil got in touch. Morning, Phil, who says, Stephen, I'm like you. I'm not interested in the Women's Euro final at all, and I won't be watching. I suppose if you're just not into football, you're just not into football, which is fair enough. And I always say, yeah, I've nothing against, the whole thing. It just doesn't do anything for me.
I'm just very into England winning things.
Yeah, well, that's always nice.
That motivates me hugely, so I'll be very enthusiastic later on.
But also, I do wonder, I was thinking about this on the drive in this morning, if you're one of our viewers and listeners in Wales, Scotland or Northern Ireland, does all this irritate you a bit? Because we wouldn't be getting as excited, would we, if it was one of your teams involved in something? So, England's got this, it does get all the papers going and everything else. So anyway, let us know. GBviews at gbnews.uk.
Right now, 10 minutes past 7, and Rishi Sunak has said if you could be fined if you miss 2 consecutive GP appointments amid concerns over availability of those appointments to patients.
Now, the leadership hopeful has vowed to save the high street as well if he becomes Prime Minister. He's putting a lot out there.
Yes. Meanwhile, the other leadership candidate, Liz Truss, has pitched herself as the Education Prime Minister.
She plans to replace failing academies with a new wave of free schools, giving top students the automatic right to an interview at Oxford or Cambridge.
Well, in the last hour, we spoke to John Ashmore, who's the editor of CapX. It's an online political website, and we asked him about the numerous leadership pledges.
You've seen a real kind of policy blitz over the last week or so as they try to differentiate from each other. You mentioned the ones just there about saving the high street. Saving the high street is something we've heard quite a lot of times from ministers down the years. You might remember Mary Portas did a big review of the high street. So this isn't really particularly new. Liz Truss as well, you mentioned there, focusing on education today with a 6-point plan. So 6 new policies just on education. I think the difficulty for voters, Tory members here, is that there's just so much to get your head round. Like Stephen was saying in the lead-in, it's a very confusing landscape we have in the UK, not just in education with grammar schools, free schools, private schools, academies, multi-trust academies, lots of different types of education, but across, public services, the way the NHS is structured is extremely complicated as well. So in terms of the politics of it, I'm not sure that coming out with lots of different policies is necessarily going to sway lots of the Conservative members one way or the other. Ballots are going out very shortly. I suspect a lot of them will already have made their mind up. If you look at the polls of Conservative members, the number of don't knows is pretty low. It's only about 15%, which is quite interesting when you've still got a month of campaigning to go. And then there's a small section who've said they won't vote for either of them, which is also interesting. There's still plenty to play for here. Interesting to see how the various kind of policies play out among those members.
What I find quite fascinating with what Liz Truss is doing compared to what Rishi Sunak is doing, and I hate to use the old cliches from campaigns of yesteryear, but she's going back to basics, isn't she, with a lot of this?
Well, I think the thing about the schools pledge today is that it's not something we've seen a huge amount of focus on since 2015. Education was a really big part of the coalition government under David Cameron and the Lib Dems. They introduced lots of reforms. Free schools were one of those reforms. So in a way, she's going back to something that was a part of the kind of Tory mission when she first joined government, and, you know, she's been a minister for more than 8 years and across various departments. I think in a leadership contest, though, more generally speaking, that back to basics and setting out a clear pitch with a few, you know, flagship policies is probably a good idea. I mean, if you think back to 2019, for instance, the Conservatives had a very simple message to voters. It was pretty much get Brexit done, more police, more hospitals, and more public spending on you know, key public services. It was very basic. You could fit it on a small card. Or go back to 97, Tony Blair had a pledge card with 5 clear promises to the public. You know, people can't keep dozens of different policies in their head and assess them at the same time. So I think if you're pitching to people, you need to be pretty clear and as you say, basic.
So do you think, actually, maybe there's a bit of a misfire in terms of campaigning and that it is going to get a bit muddied by so many new announcements?
I do, yeah. I think also the problem, especially for Rishi Sunak, who's seen as the person who's trailing, is that it sounds like he's coming out with stuff slightly on the hoof to try and catch up, rather than because this is stuff he's always wanted to do or he's always thought. I'm thinking particularly yesterday, he came out, there was a story about him saying that he was going to take arms against so-called woke nonsense. Now, there's definitely a section of the public, and especially of Conservative members, who are very against woke nonsense, who think that, you know, all this stuff has gone way too far. The problem is this is not something we've ever really heard anything about from Rishi Sunak. So if he starts coming out with it now, it seems like he's had some sort of latter-day conversion. It just seems a bit inauthentic, you know. So I think there's that risk as well. You sort of dilute your own brand. The other thing is if you start coming out with policies where you've previously said something different. So on energy bills, Rishi Sunak has suddenly said, oh, we will look to cut them, having said in February that this wasn't a good policy because it disproportionately benefited wealthier households. So Liz Truss's campaign have made hay out of that. They've called it a screeching U-turn. You know, so there's risks in unveiling new policies that you can actually end up sort of undermining yourself at the same time.
And we've got weeks of it to go. Weeks.
We have. It's, you know, I just wonder how many people, if you're a Conservative Party member and you're getting your ballot paper, whether you got it yesterday or getting it on Monday, whenever it is, are you just going to vote? Are you going to vote now, get it posted back off? Or are you going to leave it till the end? There might be postal strikes later on, so do you want to risk it not getting back in time? I'd love to know how many of you are just going to get it done, like before you've even seen the local hustings or regional hustings, whatever it might be. Be interesting to know. Also, I was thinking about food. Did you have any breakfast this morning? No. This is in the Daily Star Sunday. A couple of food stories. There's a McDonald's branch in Liverpool Church Street branch. They've banned under 18s after 5 o'clock because of security issues. There's been a few yobs moving in.
Do you know, when I was at university, one of my favourite foods is the McDonald's cheeseburger. It's an open secret. But we had security in our McDonald's because people would do, and not me, let me be very clear, the McDive.
What's a McDive?
Where you walk into McDonald's, launch yourself over the counter as a dive. Right. Normally your friends are filming. Again, not me. I just witnessed this from afar.
Straight into the hot fat.
And try and nick as many chips and cheeseburgers as you can and run away. Yeah, so we had to have bouncers in McDonald's.
That's terrible.
YouTube it, McDives.
Oh, that's
so
terrible.
I can understand why some McDonald's might think... I think banning people in it is pretty horrible, but I can see why... you might need security. Well, McDives obviously were banned. And you shouldn't obviously steal chips.
Meanwhile, in Leicester Square in London, Greggs, who wanted to open a 24-hour-a-day shop, have been banned because they're warned of it turning into an all-night crime hotspot. Because there's a Greggs open. What?
I have to say, it will be really...
bad.
Everyone always says the city that never sleeps. London, you know... 2 o'clock in the morning, I used to work just off Leicester Square. Sorry, I've done this before.
So what happened?
I just put my foot on the chair and then...
Oh. There you go.
I'm going to get a reputation for this. It takes much longer to go up there and just to come back down again. There you go.
Oh, you missed a trick. If you're listening on the radio, you're definitely going to have to get the app and rewind that one. Never mind, that was nice. Made me look very tall. Still do. There you go. Anyway, look, on that note, we'll try and resolve Rosie's chair issues. Coming up, we're going to talk about the works of Thomas Hardy. Should he be stripped from the education syllabus?
Now, looking ahead to the weather, it's going to be wet, I'm afraid, across parts of England and Wales, or good for your lawns. Dry and brighter for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Let's look at the details. So, southwest of England. The lunchtime snapshot is looking cloudy with some patchy rain and drizzle in places. Murky along northern coast and over the moors too. In southeast England, it's rather cloudy across the southeast. Cloud thick enough for a few splashes of rain too. Most places will stay dry. Let's head over to Wales, and grey, murky and damp across southern Wales until this lunchtime. A few heavier bursts of rain also possible, and it's going to feel quite muggy with temperatures around 22 Celsius. In the Midlands, it's going to be cloudy across lunchtime. Splashes of rain are possible. There will be a few glimmers of sunshine starting to develop. Temperatures about there, 22 Celsius too. In the northeast of England, it's going to be cloudy at midday with the risk of a few heavy downpours. Perhaps some sunnier breaks moving in towards the far north, towards Durham. Temperatures about 20 Celsius there. In Scotland, a bit of a west-east split across southern Scotland this lunchtime, with the best of the sunshine in the west. Cloudier in the east with a few showers possible. In Northern Ireland, it's mostly dry at midday with some bright and sunny spells developing at times. It's feeling quite pleasant in the sunshine as temperatures reach around 18 Celsius, winds remaining quite light. So a dry end to the day for many of us, but clearest skies across the north and the west of the UK. That's how the weather's shaping up.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
7:22. Morning to you. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Rosie. What are you up to today? What day is it? Sunday. Is it? I've lost track because I've worked from Wednesday. I know you have as well, but I mean, I've lost track. I've lost my normal pattern, so I've lost track of what day it is. So Sunday. What are you doing Sunday afternoon? Sunday roast today, or is it going to be too warm? Or is it going to rain today?
It's going to be quite muggy.
I need to pay attention to the weather forecast, don't I, when it's on.
It's true. Apparently, it's normally shared, the weather, but I read the whole thing.
She read the whole thing.
I read the whole earlier. Well, a relaxed Sunday. Relaxed Sunday for sure, but not relaxed if you're the Lionesses. So probably feeling nervous, excited, a lot of adrenaline that they'll have to control because 90,000 people will be at Wembley to watch them. Millions of us are going to be watching at home or in pubs, and we've really been sort of asking you to get get in touch this morning about it. If you're excited, if you're watching, where, how, with who, when, let us know. You can email us, gbviews@gbnews.uk.
I wonder what they do about breakfast and lunch and all that sort of thing.
You've really got food on the plane today.
Sunday.
Well, they must have very carefully controlled meals, you'd assume.
Probably.
They're not having a kind of like, a chocolate bar half an hour before. Maybe they are.
Yeah. I don't know. I have no idea.
Are you looking for some diet inspiration?
No.
I'm more interested in the Greggs being open for 24 hours. That would be good.
I've never had a Greggs.
Never?
No. But
there's so many stories about Greggs sausage rolls.
I know we sound veggie, but now they do the veggie stuff, don't they?
Yeah, they do a vegan hot. No, it's not called a hot dog, sausage roll.
Sausage roll.
Yeah, they do a vegan one. I've tried it.
And?
One of my sisters is she's very strong on petitioning for the planet and it would like to encourage her family to eat less meat. And so she said, try the vegan one. And it wasn't terrible, but it's not a substitute for a sausage roll.
No, it's not going to taste the same. You don't want it to taste the same. You said, maybe I should treat myself. It's calories I'm thinking of.
All in moderation.
All in moderation. Now, maybe when you're sitting down enjoying a sausage roll, you could be reading a book. It's a very odd link, but I'm trying my best. While studying English at school, most of us have probably read and sat exams on Thomas Hardy novels, like The Mayor of Casterbridge and Far from the Madding Crowd. I never did, actually.
Really?
Never did any Thomas Hardy at school, no. But anyway, it's going to come to an end.
This autumn, Thomas Hardy's being axed from some exam syllabuses to make room for Black, Asian, LGBT and disabled writers. Well, the Oxford, Cambridge and RSA exam boards say they want to reflect diversity and inclusivity. Our reporter Jeff Moody went to Dorchester to find out more.
He presides over his beloved Dorchester to this day, looking out at a town that's changed so much in some ways, in others not at all.
Well, he's Dorchester's most important son. Thomas Hardy represents the Dorchester folk, country folk, working folk, real folk, and people with Dorchester here identified with what he wrote about. He called it Wessex, but in every Wessex place in his novels and poems, there is a Dorset equivalent that you can actually go and see.
And go and see him they do. Hardy is everywhere in this small rural town, from the obvious to the obscure. Look up and you see a skyline that hasn't changed since the day Hardy first put pen to paper. The Madding crowd aren't turning their back on him, but the OCR exam board is. Out with Hardy, in with a whole host of new writing, from disabled poets to Black and Asian writers to LGBT+ voices. And these voices are loud. I spoke to the exam board and I asked them to explain from their point of view why they feel this makes sense. They said they didn't want to talk to us. I then approached several of the new writers to see if they had anything to say about being placed on the syllabus. They had nothing to say either. But Hardy has plenty to say. The dusk of evening was the proper hour at which a true impression of this suggestive place could be received. Standing in the middle of the arena at this time, there by degrees became apparent its real vastness, melancholy, impressive, lonely. Intrigues were arranged there, tentative meetings were there experimented after divisions and feuds. Well, Thomas Hardy's facing a different type of division today, a new yet familiar feud that rankles as deep as any that played out on this spot in Hardy's fictional Casterbridge.
Where does it stop? Do you continue the take-off yourself and to keep replacing it with new? Because after all, we've gone a long time now, haven't we, reading Thomas Hardy?
I personally agree with bringing in new voices. It has to be done if any progression is going to be made in any way, shape or form. But I'm of the opinion of having the new voices side by side with the voices from the past so that people have a reference point for the new voices.
That from the Thomas Hardy Society. This from the MP for West Dorset. He agrees too. So much so, he's written to the Department for Education, demanding Dorset's native be returned to the exam room.
I don't see there's any association with empire here. For me, as the MP for West Dorset, I see a local author who had a pretty tough upbringing, was not well off. He challenged lots of things, made many successes, and whose ashes are now buried in Westminster Abbey. To recognise all those things, I think that's someone to be celebrated and recognised, and that's why I've decided to challenge this in the way I have done.
His ashes are buried in Westminster, in Poets' Corner, but his heart is here, in his beloved Dorset. No one doubts Dorset will forever honour its most important son. The hope now that his words aren't buried with him. Jeff Moody, GB News.
Does seem crackers to me, that. Got to be honest. I mean, the classics. Surely we need to understand the classics. I mean, you've got to update and update the syllabus and things and keep it all relevant, all that sort of thing. But classics are classics, aren't they?
It really, really is a tough one. I wouldn't want to be responsible for determining the curriculum. Look at the sort of breadth, even of the classics, which ones you choose.
Well,
because
yeah.
What did you study?
So we did the ones we did Shakespeare, we did Of Mice and Men, we did The French Lieutenant's Woman.
Lord of the Flies?
I think we might have done Lord of the Flies.
Because I did Far From the Madding Crowd.
Right. But so, I mean, they were great, and actually French Lieutenant's Woman was my favourite. But so really interesting. I mean, but you can't just start getting rid of stuff because it's not woke enough. Can you? I don't know. Maybe that's what needs to happen. I don't know. Let us know what you think. GBviews at gbnews.uk.
Right now it's 7:30. More to come. We're going to have a quick flick through the papers and your views after this.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
7:32, morning to you. This is Breakfast with Stephen and Rosie.
Let's take a look at today's front pages and start with the Express. I'll save the high street, says Rishi Sunak. Well, the PM hopeful vows to help shops thrive, punish hooligans and stop banks closing cash machines.
In the Sunday Times for you this morning, Liz Truss proclaiming herself the Education Prime Minister, amongst other things, promising an Oxbridge interview for every A-star pupil.
You could receive a £10 fine, as we've been discussing, for an NHS no-show, according to the Sunday Telegraph. It's an attempt to improve the availability of GPs. A policy promise from Rishi Sunak. He says if you miss 2 consecutive appointments without a reasonable excuse, you'll be fined.
For The Independent, Britons want whoever wins the keys to number 10 to face a general election, it says.
Prince Charles's judgment's being questioned, according to the Mail on Sunday. One of his charities received £1 million from the family of the 9/11 terrorist Osama bin Laden.
Come on, you Lionesses, says the Sunday People, backing England's women team to beat the Germans in the Euros final tonight.
Hot as hell. The Sunday Star says this sizzling summer is going to last until Halloween.
Oh, very nice too. Let's discuss some of those then with political commentator Andre Walker and anthropologist Marianne Hotter. Morning, both.
Good morning.
Marianne, let's go for a dip.
Yes, well, for now, in the summer, but obviously massive increases in energy prices set to hit many of us in autumn. Lots of domestic consumers are going to be protected, that's a qualified word, by these price caps. But organisations like schools and public swimming baths will not be. And so, obviously, heating schools, a lot of them are older buildings, not necessarily energy efficient. Nonetheless, you've got a massive school, you need to keep it warm for the kids and the teachers. Swimming pools need to be warm. It looks like, for example, Tadcaster Pool, they've estimated that their current energy bill, which is about £90,000, is going to go up to £550,000, which is unsurvivable for them.
Yeah.
And lots of organisations that represent public swimming pools, community pools, just saying there is no help from the government and we are going to have to close because we've already dipped into reserves. We've already done all the energy efficiency work that we can afford to do to try and minimise costs and minimise, the heat going out through the roof or whatnot. You've got, I knew I should have got my highlighter pen out, shouldn't I? I can't find it now. Basically, that's it. So UK Active, a not-for-profit body that represents 4,000 private and publicly owned swimming pools, gyms and leisure facilities, predict that, wait for it, 79% of swimming pools could close in the next 6 months.
Why aren't they protected by the price cap?
Because that's only for domestic households.
Well, they should bring it
under
that umbrella,
so the government, the government should or could say, we're going to either give you some kind of money off your bill or offer some kind of preferential tariff. But the thing is, there's lots of other organisations. Why would a care home say, well, hang on a minute, we have to pay energy bills and we're looking after old people who need to be kept warm? And the thing is,
they've got these companies are making a lot of profit.
Well, that's the thing. Many of the swimming pools are not for profit.
Yeah, no, not these. I mean, the energy companies.
Oh, yeah.
Energy companies. So price cap across the board.
That's not very Tory of you.
Well, I think it's fair. It's keeping things going, isn't it? I'm not a Tory.
Oh.
I'm an independent as a journalist.
There we go. Fair enough.
I'm not a member of the I'm not a member of any political party.
No, fair enough. It's very. It's an interesting point. I mean, they're still having to pay VAT on swimming lessons. Swimming lessons are like a life-saving life skill.
Always. The problem is, and look, I absolutely do not disagree with any of the comments about the cost of heating swimming pools. Small local authorities are taken to pieces by swimming pools all the time because of the financial cost of running them. But the reality is, the reason for all of this is our mad energy policy, which is pushing up bills, which is forcing Granny to decide whether to heat or eat.
Why is it a policy that's doing that?
Because we're paying for extremely expensive green energy. Right? Let me just say something to you.
No, hold on a minute. What's driving up the cost is the market economy.
A failure of
the market economy, which is meaning companies like Centrica are able, because of the market economy, to charge more and more and more per unit of gas.
Yeah, but look, if you restrict supply massively by mad green policies, then what happens is you push up the price. Hang on a second. The reality is about this.
Russia is.
The reality is we are moving towards the German model where they have 50% green energy but 50% fossil fuels. The price for energy is twice that of France to domestic users who've got 93% green energy and 7% fossil fuels because they've moved to nuclear. So what we are going to do is put windmills all over the countryside, push up bills, and this will be the result.
Do you know, we were talking earlier in the week about people messaging in saying, I can't pay my bills at home, but I'm going to my gym or my public swimming pool and I'm showering there.
Oh, interesting.
Which is back to the Victorian era.
But no, but this will put the kibosh on that, won't it, you see?
Well, that's it. And again, I mean, we were talking earlier, weren't we, about the high street. And again, you've got more community amenities that are really feeling the squeeze. And there's a certain point at which there won't be much left. And it's much harder to bring those institutions, bring those organisations back to life if they've had a period of dormancy. And you've got whole generations that are missing out. And as always, the story that the Mirror actually leads with is, oh, it's one pool for the Rishi, because Rishi Sunak is building a private pool in his own private house. Meanwhile, up the road, the public swimming pool is facing possible closure. And I mean, it's a bit of a crude tool to beat him around the head with, to be fair. But the kind of the point they're making, that if you're wealthy, you will still be able to send your kids to swimming pools because the private pool or the kind of the nice gym, day spa place that you can go to will be available. It's everybody else who misses out, and they miss out on everything time and time again. It doubles up the inequality.
Yeah.
I mean, so much for levelling up.
Well, pools are vital. We need to get all children to know how to swim.
And also,
that is vital.
Pools are super important for old people or people with disabilities, mobility issues, because you can exercise in water in a way that you're not necessarily going to want to run on a treadmill or something like that.
Yes, I say for some severely disabled people, again, they're crucial.
Absolutely, yeah.
Should we look at a party that's happened over the weekend?
Partygate?
In the Sun, Boris Johnson finally had his wedding party 14 months on. What details do we know?
Well, the wedding dress apparently was designed by Savannah Miller, the sister of Sienna Miller, and it was worth £3,500. But they rented it for £25, which I have to say I think is a great idea. This whole idea of rather than buying some really expensive item that you rent.
What a wedding dress?
Yeah, there's a picture of it on the front page. Well, I don't know. I'll just hold it up. What do you think?
Well, Carrie has rented dresses before.
Well, I don't know. Apparently, the wedding dress costs an absolute fortune. But
well, she had a wedding dress for when she actually got married. So she's got another wedding dress.
I don't know.
I warn you that I'm not an expert on wedding dresses, but the point I was going to make about this, actually, is more the criticism in various newspapers that Boris Johnson is not doing his job at the moment. He's been out with the RAF in fighter planes. He's been off training Ukrainian soldiers. He's had a party for his wedding, which, OK, fair enough, but I just don't want... I like Boris Johnson. I think he's pretty good, but I just don't want him to spend the rest of his time in office bluntly mucking about and enjoying the baubles when we are facing an energy crisis, when we are facing a cost of living crisis, and when there is a war in Ukraine.
If he hadn't been booted out, no one would be batting an eyelid at this. It would just be like, you know, they're on the summer break. He's got an eye on what's going on, but this is, you know, this is a bit of downtime. No one would care.
I get that. But Boris has always been accused of being a bit too much of someone who loves the baubles and not enough of doing the work. Look, I support him. But I do think there is a risk. I don't particularly like this whole idea, this American thing, of having lame duck leaders. I'm quite keen on the whole general election. You're out immediately. That's the end of it. I think it just makes it easier in this respect.
There were some calls, Martin Lewis, for example, saying what we should do is get Boris Johnson, Liz Truss, Rishi Sunak in a room immediately to come up with some solutions to what we've just been talking about, the previous story, you know, cost of living. Can you actually see something like that happening?
No, and I don't think it's a serious suggestion. I mean, I understand the principle behind it, but it's like the handover between American presidents. The reality is somebody wants to come in and do their own thing. You know, you've got all these sorts of Downing Street staff and whatever. They'll all be moved on and replaced with whoever the new Prime Minister's people are. And so I just think that this is the dying days of this government. The other problem you often have, by the way, is people just walking out, because all the private sector job offers will now be coming to Downing Street people, those people that are worthy of offers. And you know, you may see the place a little bit like the Marie Celeste by the 1st of September.
Can we have a look? Because you're very knowledgeable about these things. if I may say so, and I don't know enough about them. The Elgin Marbles.
Oh, there we go.
The Elgin Marbles.
What is he going to ask me about women's football? So I was like, I don't know.
Because there's been all the controversy of the Elgin Marbles for decades and decades.
Or the Parthenon frieze, if you will, if you don't want to give it its colonial imperialist
fair
name.
enough.
So the reason they're called the Elgin Marbles is because Lord Elgin bought them, effectively, in 1801. So they were this frieze, it's this incredible marble frieze, this carving that was up in the walls of the Parthenon in Greece. And under the Ottoman Empire, this chap turned up and went, "Can I have those?" And they went, "Yeah, help yourself." So he chiselled them out, lobbed them on a boat, took them back to the UK, and then gave them to the British Museum, eventually. And they were a kind of a gem of the nation, and they've been on display to the public. You can go and visit them for free in London. However, I think quite rightly, Greece have gone, you weren't ever actually allowed to take that because the person you asked had invaded our country, so it doesn't really count. Please give them back. They belong to us. And the British Museum have said, well, we'd loan them to you if you acknowledge that we own them. And understandably, Greece have gone, no, because that's not true. So they've been in this standoff for a long time. And then there were all these different arguments saying, well, they can't go back to the Parthenon because there's nowhere proper to save them. You should see the stuff that was left there. It's all eroded and corroded and chipped and blah, 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 blah. But look at the stuff in the British Museum. Isn't it shiny and clean? Haven't we looked after it well? That's because we're the best people to look after it. And all of the, international heritage. Anyway, thankfully, we are possibly past this stalemate, and there's hope now of a new Parthenon partnership whereby the Elgin Marbles the Parthenon frieze will go back to Greece, probably where it should have been for quite a few decades.
I would agree with that.
I have to say something. So I'm half Greek, half Irish, because my dad, believe it or not, my dad's the only Greek called Stan Walker. Can you believe that? But he is actually from Athens, and so. Look, I think we have to have sympathy for both sides here. It is a significant part of the British Museum. They've displayed it beautifully for 200 years. That when they were purchased, the Acropolis was falling apart and had been badly neglected, partly because of the political situation in Greece at the time. This idea were effectively, they will shoot between various museums around the world, I think is probably quite a sensible idea. I don't think anybody particularly cares about the ownership, so to speak. I think it's much more about the fact that people don't have access to them who are Greek unless they want to fly to London. Now, I'm not being funny. If you're a Greek schoolchild, to see your finest cultural items, you have to get on a plane. I don't think it's wholly acceptable.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting argument of whether someone who lives in modern Greece in 2022 has a kind of a heritage, an ancestry-based claim to the 2,500-year-old Parthenon, carvings, or whether I have as much claim. My mum's Indian, my dad's Polish, or whether it's actually a kind of a nationalist claim, or whether actually it's a writing of a historical inequality where basically you can go to the British Museum, walk around loads and loads of rooms, and go, oh look, yeah. Britain stole a lot of stuff from a lot of people around the world, and that needs to be addressed.
And I think
we can't just kind of go, this is a wonderland.
I think that's the critical problem, isn't it? It's what constitutes theft and what constitutes purchasing when a lot of these antiquities were just not valued particularly highly at the time by the people who technically owned them.
Well, it depends who you ask. I mean, Benin bronzes, for example, are still in London and really ought to go back to Benin.
I do sort of think there is. I can understand it was times gone by, things were taken, and yes, we've looked after them. I get all of that, but I do think it is probably time in a modern world where things go back to where they.
But actually, Stephen, I think this is the crux of this proposal. The reality is, museums nowadays move things across the world and loan them to each other all the time. And actually, this concept of something being just fixed in one place, I just don't think needs to be the case anymore. Therefore, I think this idea... By the way, the Greeks are proposing to... this is important, proposing to loan the British Museum some items back that have never been on display in Britain. So I think that to me, sounds eminently sensible.
Yeah. But it's like, I mean, I've just been to Rome, and the stuff you see in Rome is absolutely mind-blowing. But you don't want to go at the Parthenon and say, well, this bit of the Parthenon was lovely, but it's now on display in New York.
Well, they've got this extraordinary place where there's kind of blank spaces that are perfectly designed. It's got the ambient temperature, it's got humidity sensors. It is ready, and they're like, we would put it here, except those folk in London still have it and aren't giving it back, even though it should be here. So there's no excuse now. It just needs to happen.
I wonder though, if you... And I put this out, I don't know what the answer is, but if you were the Greek government and the British Museum loaned you the Elgin Marbles, I wonder whether you wouldn't just say, I'm sorry, they're just not flying back to London.
Well, they shouldn't get loaned. They should be handed back.
Yeah.
There's a really good book, if people want to read it. It's by Dan Hicks. It's called The Brutish Museums. Brutish Museums.
Yeah.
Really good. It's a mind blower. And you go, what happened?
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting point, and, you know, you've got to be responsible about these things. Andre, Mary-Anne, we're done with you for now. Don't go anywhere, because we'll see you in an hour.
Right now, it's 10 minutes to 8, and let's turn our attention to international news. Russia is running out of steam, I'm quoting there, in its assault on Ukraine. That's the words of the chief of Britain's MI6 foreign intelligence agency, Richard Moore, speaking on social media.
Yeah, now, the Ministry of Defence has described the Russian government as growing desperate and having lost thousands of soldiers in its invasion of Ukraine.
Well, joining us now is Anthony Cleese, a professor and security expert at the University of Buckingham. Thank you very much for your time. What would your analysis be, then, of Russia's current standing in executing its aims?
Well, Russia's clearly in a lot of trouble. And we and the Americans assess that 75,000 Russian soldiers have either been killed or are wounded. That's a hell of a lot. And that some 80% of active Russian forces are now bogged down the east of Ukraine. People will know Putin hoped to win this war in a matter of days. And what has actually happened is it's grinding not just to a stalemate, but it does seem that if the Battle of Kherson ends up in Ukraine's favor, that Russia will have had a significant defeat. People should also know that the head of MI6, the chief known as C, writes in green ink, who was making these comments in Aspen, Colorado, has form in predicting what is going to happen. He said Russia was going to invade Ukraine when a lot of people said, no, they'll never do it. It's just talk. Well, actually, he got it right. So I do think we need to listen very carefully to what he's saying. Above all, the Russians need to listen very carefully to what he's saying, and I hope they will do.
It is very interesting, though, isn't it? The idea that it's one thing to sort of run out of steam, but Putin, at least, is someone who seems to be determined just to throw everything but the kitchen sink at this one. And it's not like he's going to keep going till the steam has absolutely run dry here, which is the worry.
Well, that's the $64,000 question. You know, where do we go from here? Richard Moore, the head of MI6, said we had no evidence that Putin is seriously ill, because the Ukrainians have been saying he might have a terminal illness. He didn't say Putin is mad. And many people continue to think that Putin is acting irrationally. Remember, too, we're really squeezing the Russian economy. So the longer this goes on, the shakier Putin's position will be. And there's obviously going to be pressure on him to settle in some way. And Russia's a very big threat. I mean, another thing that Richard Moore said in Aspen, Colorado, was that MI6's resources now are chiefly focused on China, that China is even more important than counterterrorism efforts by MI6. I actually think that's rather disturbing. Unlike Rishi Sunak, who said China was the number one threat facing us in the UK, I actually think Russia continues to be the number one threat. And if we let this war in Ukraine drag on, we will be doing untold harm to the Ukrainian people, but also to ourselves. So the message for me from what the head of MI6 is saying is we need to send more kit to Ukraine. Yeah. We need to get it over and done with quickly.
I was going to say, it's very difficult when we haven't got boots on the ground isn't it, to try and push on this, and particularly while the weather is still in our favour, because it's going to get pretty grim in just a couple of months. But how do we do it? Is just sending more equipment over there the answer? Because I know we're training Ukrainian soldiers and what have you, but it's going to take more than that, isn't it?
Well, Liz Truss, who looks like being our next Prime Minister, has made it very clear that she is not going to commit British troops to fighting in Ukraine. But we will do everything short of that. And I certainly think there's a strong case for saying that the training of Ukrainian troops in the UK, which is happening at the moment, I think, they're saying up to 10,000 troops being trained in this way. That is really significant because we can then give them the most up-to-date kit. And that kit includes systems that can shoot down Russian rockets, systems that can shoot down cruise missiles. And we're also giving the Ukrainians Harpoon anti-ship missiles, which should help them get that grain out of Odessa. So I know we're in this country, we're all tied up in this leadership election. But as far as Ukraine is concerned, we need now to exert massive pressure on Russia, sending our stuff there, training their people, protecting their people, and hopefully we can get Putin to talk sensible peace terms before the winter sets in.
How realistic do you think that is?
I think it is quite realistic if we show resolve, if we're tough. The successes that we've had, and above all, the success of the fantastically courageous Ukrainian people, because Putin continues to lob missiles all over Ukraine if he possibly can. His troops are stuck, but his missiles go everywhere. If we are really tough, I think we can squeeze Putin. If he's not terminally ill, but just cracked, he may well realize that, yes, in the Crimea, he's been fighting since 2014. There's another 10-year, 100-year war in Ukraine, whilst his economy and the Russian people are suffering very badly. If he won't make peace, there will be somebody else who will.
He seems to not care about what the international community thinks. So we're down to about 30 seconds, Anthony. But the Russian embassy to the UK put out a tweet on Friday saying Azov militants deserve death because they're not real soldiers. They deserve a humiliating death. Actually, the tweets are a little bit more graphic than that in its original form. But I mean, that's extraordinary that they're willing to put that out. It shows absolute disregard for the sort of international norms on this.
Absolutely, and that will be the big challenge, to re-establish some kind of rules-based international order where people stick by agreements and treaties. The Russians have broken every agreement and treaty on Ukraine. They're acting you can't say they're acting like animals, because animals don't act like that. They're acting like absolute war criminals and atrocious savages. In my book, the Russian embassy in Kensington should be told to go home and not return until they can behave in a civilized way in this country.
Anthony Glees from the University of Buckingham. Good to see you. Thank you.
It's coming up to 8 o'clock. More to come here on the programme. We're going to meet little Whitney, a guide dog in training, apparently only 4 months old. So that'll be very sweet. And we'll tell you how you can get involved after this. Now, looking ahead to the weather, it's going to be wet, I'm afraid, across parts of England and Wales, or good for your lawns. Dry and brighter for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Let's look at the details. So, southwest of England. The lunchtime snapshot is looking cloudy with some patchy rain and drizzle in places. Murky along northern coast and over the moors too. In southeast England, it's rather cloudy across the southeast. Cloud thick enough for a few splashes of rain too. Most places will stay dry. Let's head over to Wales, and grey, murky and damp across southern Wales until this lunchtime. A few heavier bursts of rain also possible, and it's going to feel quite muggy with temperatures around 22 Celsius. In the Midlands, it's going to be cloudy across lunchtime. Splashes of rain are possible. There will be a few glimmers of sunshine starting to develop. Temperatures about there, 22 Celsius too. In the northeast of England, it's going to be cloudy at midday with the risk of a few heavy downpours. Perhaps some sunnier breaks moving in towards the far north, towards Durham. Temperatures about 20 Celsius there. In Scotland, a bit of a west-east split across southern Scotland this lunchtime, with the best of the sunshine in the west. Cloudier in the east with a few showers possible. In Northern Ireland, it's mostly dry at midday, with some bright and sunny spells developing at times. It's feeling quite pleasant in the sunshine as temperatures reach around 18 Celsius, winds remaining quite light. So a dry end to the day for many of us, but clearest skies across the north and the west of the UK. That's how the weather's shaping up.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
England takes on Germany today in the 2022 Euro final at Wembley.
A very good morning. It's 8 o'clock on Sunday the 31st of July. This is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Rosie.
We're live, of course, across the whole of the UK, on your TV, your radio and online. So wherever you are and whatever you're up to today, you can actually take us out and about with you.
Well, here's what you're waking up to this morning. And a 90,000 sellout crowd at Wembley will see the Lionesses take on Germany in the 2022 Euro final. A victory today would mean the first major trophy since the men's 1966 World Cup win. Will you be cheering them on?
More promises from the Tory leadership hopefuls. Liz Truss promises Oxbridge interviews for every A-star pupil, while Rishi Sunak says you should be fined £10 if you don't show up for 2 successive GP appointments.
The guide dogs for the blind charity are desperately short of what they call puppy raisers. They're looking for volunteers to home and train puppies who'll go on to help blind people. We're going to meet one in the studio.
Oh, we are. Those pictures are adorable. If you want to join in any of our discussions this morning, we would absolutely love to hear from you. GB Views at gbnews.uk. Those dogs are absolutely beautiful. If you're listening on the radio, well, we'll do our best to describe. Just imagine the cutest thing you can possibly imagine. And there you go, you're probably not far away. Absolutely lovely. Our top story this morning, England versus Germany. It's the Women's Euro final at Wembley today. Sellout crowd of 90,000. And if the Lionesses win, It means the first major trophy win since the Men's World Cup back in 1966.
The event is predicted to be the most watched TV event of the year, with a record-breaking 19.5 million viewers, while over 4.5 million fans are planning on watching it from pubs, restaurants and bars, spending over £46 million and knocking back 8.7 million pints.
See how many pints Aidan McGee's going to be having today. Morning, Aidan.
I might have had a few already for all you know.
Well, you might have done. I mean, this is going to be something.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those kind of numbers. I mean,
19.5 million.
19.5. I mean, those numbers are so difficult to achieve in the digital era.
Yeah. But how on earth did they work it out before it's been shown?
Well, it's done as an approximation, I think. I mean, we had 5 for some of the group games, and we got to 7 and 9. Look, it may just be a forecast based on viewing habits for major events in the last few years.
Maybe higher?
Yeah, it could be, yeah. I mean, we won't know for probably about a few days after the event. Yeah, exactly. So, but that's difficult to achieve because, obviously, with the proliferation of TV channels, you look at those numbers that you used to get back in the 80s, there were only 4 TV channels. You know, now you've got a choice of 600 or 700. So to attract that kind of number to one appointment to view event is really something special. But I want to bring in a guest, actually.
Oh, yeah, please.
We've got somebody called Janie Frampton, who's a former referee and a FIFA instructor who actually came through the men's system as a referee. Good morning to you, Janie, first of all. I want to ask you about your background, first of all, because it was very much a male-dominated environment or structure that you came through.
It was very male-dominated. And when you consider Wendy Thomas was the first woman to come through the men's structure and I was the second one, and in all fairness, nobody knew what to do with us. And football didn't want us. You know, it wasn't ready for women at all. You know, our women's football structure was not great at the time. The playing structure and coaching and refereeing just wasn't a thing. So we had so many barriers put in our way. And my goodness, I sit here with a smile on my face that just doesn't dissipate when I see how much the game has grown.
Janie, tell me about how you broke down those barriers then, because that must have been a very difficult thing to do. And at times I would have thought it's quite disheartening too.
It was, Aidan. But, you know, naively, I had this thing in my head that said, I loved football. I fell in love with football at 15. And why shouldn't I? I didn't think for 1 minute that my gender was going to be an issue. That is really naive. And it wasn't until we went through those barriers, you know, that some people tried to be nice. They treated us like a circus and we just wanted to be taken seriously. You know, the barriers of not being promoted when you've achieved the level that you need to be and you were seeing your male counterparts being promoted above you. You know, and it was ridiculous. But we had to just keep fighting and sitting there and saying, look, we're not going away. You know, so you can't just ignore us.
What was the turning point then, Janie? I mean, I regard the 2015 World Cup as being something of a turning point because the popularity of the game kind of grew incrementally since then. Do you regard that as a time that was a period of, or certainly a catalyst for change, or do you think it was something different altogether?
I think for me, there's a few sort of catalysts for change and also a few points that were so poignant. So you look at Hope Powell, she was in place at the FA for 15 years and she categorically changed so much about women's football, the structure, the process, the quality. And then you've got people like Kelly Simmons who absolutely drove that through from you know, an FA point of view because she was passionate about it. I can remember when she came to me, you know, when she first worked at the FA and asked me to take my level 2 coaching badge so we could get some numbers there so we could be representative. And then, of course, more recently, you've got, you know, Baroness Sue Campbell that has also made, you know, huge changes and huge strides. People take it seriously now.
And just quickly, who's going to win? I must press you on who's going to win today because it's a huge event. I think the TV audience is going to be 19.5 million, but you'll be well aware that Germany's a tough proposition for England.
Yeah, but do you know what, Aidan? I watched the game against France and I thought, OK, whichever one, we can do this. I also know that Germany have a habit of stepping up the further they go through a tournament. So I'm not under any illusion that playing us is going to give them an extra little bit of a lift to their game. But I think you look at how the girls came back against Spain. My goodness, they dug in. They absolutely dug in when they went 1-0 down. And that resilience is what's going to take them through today.
Janie, listen, thanks very much indeed for joining us this morning. We hope you enjoy the game wherever you're going to be watching it, and we hope we're all celebrating together from this evening as well. We all hope that, don't we?
We do.
Thanks,
we do. And actually, what a nice lady she was.
Yes.
There's just that.
And the barriers as well she had to overcome.
Yeah, I just love the fact that she's what she's been through. And now she puts her in this really strong position, actually, to say, yeah, we need to do more.
I bet she had some comedy moments in the early days when she was seeing how men were dealing with the presence of women in the room wanting to be referees. It must have been quite comical at times.
I bet she must be. It's quite a tough lady.
I know, exactly.
Kick-off's at 5.
Absolutely.
You also think women are going to win? Are you going to win?
I think the women will definitely win. Definitely win. I can make that prediction now.
You think England are going to win?
Yes, England are slight favourites with the bookies. I think that's because of the home advantage. 90,000 fans there. It's about who manages the occasion, no, Rosie, as it is with all sporting occasions. I think, but I think England will prevail. I think they're in such a vein of form. 19 games undefeated, 104 goals scored, 4 against.
Fingers crossed. Aidan, thank you. We're going to catch up with you a little bit later on. Let's bring you up to date with some of the other stories today at 8 minutes past 8. And the mother of Archie Battersby has written an urgent appeal to the Health Secretary asking for her son's life support treatment to continue. It's due to end on Monday. Archie's mum, Holly Dance, wants to prolong treatment until the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities has considered the case.
Police investigating the death of a 9-year-old girl in Lincolnshire have arrested a man on suspicion of her murder. Lilia Valutite was fatally stabbed in Boston on Thursday. A 22-year-old, has been detained after several members of the public came forward with information.
Liz Truss has unveiled a 6-point plan in her leadership campaign, pledging to be an education Prime Minister. She says she wants to replace failing academies with free schools to get Britain's education system back on track.
Now, Rishi Sunak has said you could be fined if you miss 2 consecutive GP appointments amid concerns over availability to patients.
Yeah, he's also vowed to save the high street if he becomes Prime Minister. That's slightly more of a vague promise, really, isn't it?
Yeah, what about the other side? Well, Liz Truss has pitched herself as the education Prime Minister.
Yeah, she says she's planning to replace failing academies with a new wave of free schools and give top students the automatic right to an interview at Oxford or Cambridge. We were saying earlier on A-star pupils, but I don't think A-stars exist anymore, do they? It's all like 1s or 9s and all that sort of thing. I don't know.
Let's get into a little bit more about these policies. David Maddox, political editor of The Express Online, is with us. What do you make of the motivations of both of these? And they're obviously trying to appeal to the party. And Rishi Sunak's come up with these ideas. Is it going to be enough to sort of push him ahead in the polls?
Morning, guys. Yeah, well, clearly they're throwing the kitchen sink now at this leadership election. Basically, the ballots should land tomorrow with Conservative Party members, and the expectation is that most people will have voted by the end of the week. So both candidates really need to make a big impression now, if it's not already too late, actually, to win over those votes. And you know, there's not that many of them. There's maybe 120, maybe 160,000 of them. But, you know, it's interesting, these ideas that they're throwing out. Both of these people have been in government for some time, and you wonder where these ideas were before.
I mean, it is quite interesting. I mean, looking at Rishi in particular at the moment, I mean, the fine for missing consecutive GP appointments seems like a bit of a solid policy. Now, whether you agree with it or not, at least it's a solid policy. A lot of our viewers and listeners seem to be backing that so far today. The high street move, it's like the opposite end of the spectrum. It seems so ridiculously vague.
Yes, and I mean, both of them are actually issues which have been needed to be dealt with for quite some time. I mean, we've all been in both GP and dental surgeries where they've got signs up of how many appointments were missed and how much time was wasted. And, you know, it's about time somebody grabbed this by the scruff of the neck, and it's certainly a good policy from Rishi. But the high streets thing, I mean, it's one that's very important to Express readers, I have to say. is quite a totemic issue, and because of the changes which are happening with the kind of digital world and people shopping online more, and really the kind of empty spaces which have been created in our sort of towns and cities where the high streets were, and to try and deal with this. I mean, we've seen all sorts of plans over the years to try and deal with it. Is an immensely difficult task, but it's certainly one that is worth Rishi actually tapping into, because it's one that concerns quite a lot of people.
What about the other camp? Liz Truss sort of promising to put herself forward as the education prime minister. Why do you think she's doing that?
That's really got echoes of Tony Blair, hasn't it? The old education speech. I think actually, from speaking to people around Liz, that education is genuinely an important area for her, that she feels that there needs to be much more done, especially for kind of working class pupils and things. There's been a number of reports coming out in the last couple of years which really shows the gap still between people from working class backgrounds getting to university and getting opportunities still. And it's certainly something that's actually quite important to the team around her as well. So, this is one of those kind of red wall type policies, I would say. There's a kind of tone of levelling up to it, and kind of trying to break down some of the disadvantages that still exist.
Yeah, I mean, do you think is it an issue that will cut through? Because I mean, it's interesting. You talk about the red wall appeal with some of this, which I totally get. But then she's also talking about, guaranteed interviews to Oxbridge, which, in reality is not going to affect that many people.
No, it's not. But it's a nice eye-catching policy, isn't it? And it's a good sign to say to people who may not have felt that they had the opportunity before, however good their attainment. So look, if you work hard, doors are open to you. And that's what my premiership's about. Obviously, if it happens, although it should be said that Liz is by far and away the front runner at the moment in most people's eyes.
Maddox from Express Online, good to see you as always. Now, what do you think about all this? We ask for your views and emails and tweets and all the rest of it, but nothing beats actually having a chat to you. So let's do that right now. And Peter Gerrard is standing by in Nantwich in Cheshire. Peter, good to see you this morning. What do you make of all of this there?
I make of it more not on policy that people keep sort of throwing out to say vote for me. We have a manifesto, and the government was elected on the manifesto. So while I enjoy hearing what things like the fine for not attending doctor's appointments, that all sounds great, but what do you do when somebody doesn't pay that fine? And given the fact that if you were to analyse the people who didn't turn up for their appointments, you'll probably find that they are the people that have other issues as well, and that if they don't pay their fine, then how do you recover it, and what do you do from there? Do you then exclude them from the full health service? In terms of sort of the raising taxes, it's unbelievable that we find ourselves in a situation that when you have a problem, you then start to raise the burden on families. So I'm a little bit puzzled by Rishi, and almost in a sense that I think he said a while ago that if something is too good to be true, then it's not true. And I'm almost feeling that that is about him as a person, that his personality is not coming across in a sincere way. Whereas I look at Liz, and I don't get deeply into what they're offering us at the moment. It does sound very credible on both sides. However, with Liz, I look at the fact that she has a track record of quietly and diligently delivering on her brief, and on every brief that she's held. I'm not deeply into the detail, but my take is that on every brief she's held, she's delivered. I watched Rishi at the Grantham hustings, and it's almost like he employed a renter mob. There were people in the background whooping and cheering, but this didn't carry across the audience. And also he stands up, he's trying to run a presidential campaign. He takes his wife and children there. He says, I love my wife and love my children. Well, he's not going to take them there and say he doesn't love them. The way we operate in this country is a bit sort of lower key than that. And so I'm more judging the person rather than necessarily all of the policies that they are currently promoting. I'm not an economist, so I don't understand why we're raising interest rates at the moment when we don't have, to my knowledge, we don't have a overheated economy, and yet we're raising interest rates, which is putting in even more burden onto the general populace.
Veering away from specific policy, as you've said, and looking at the person and the personality, clearly you're in support of Liz Truss rather than Rishi Sunak. But one of the biggest problems for her is the perceived lack of consistency in her own integrity in terms of her own politics. You know, was she for Brexit? Was she not when she was previously a Lib Dem? Does that matter to you?
No, it doesn't. I come from a very Labour-orientated family in Bermondsey in London. My great-grandfather was a founder member of the Bermondsey Labour Party. He was the first Labour councillor in Bermondsey, and he stood unopposed until about 1928. As a young man, I was quite a rebel. I would go to the theatre in the West End and sit down during the national anthem. I was a Republican. However, as I've grown through life, I've taken on different views, and those views come from different knowledge and different experiences. And therefore, do I really want a one-trick pony that says I've been this person all my life and I've been the way I am? No, I don't. I want somebody who goes out there and sort of tries things and explores and gains experience from that. And you can change your mind, and because you make decisions based on the knowledge you have at the time. And those decisions are never firm forever. You review them and you change them. I sat up all night watching the Brexit results come in. I voted to leave the EU. I didn't expect to be leaving. I sat there all night believing we would remain, and had the vote gone that way, I would have shrugged my shoulders and carried on. But we didn't. We voted to leave. But we're not a democracy because the people with the loudest voices who claim to be Democrats tend to be opposed to the decisions unless they're the decisions that they like.
Well, there was certainly an element of that, wasn't there, when it came to Brexit? No doubt about it. Look, you said you like people who were willing to change, and I can totally appreciate that, Peter. I'm of that guard. I like to listen to arguments, and I'm happy to change my mind when it comes to things. I don't know, you won't have cast your vote yet because the papers are only just coming through. I'm guessing from what you've said,
of the Conservative Party.
You're not a member, but you went to the hustings, but you're not a member. OK, so if you had a vote, Peter, if you had a vote, would you be willing to change your mind? Or would you be saying, I'm going to vote Truss now and get it out of the way?
Yes, I would, because everything I've seen of Rishi Sunak, I've tried to listen to his policies, but I'm afraid the man comes through, and I don't believe the man.
No, well, look, it's a valid point. It'd be interesting to see what other viewers and listeners think. Peter Gerard in Nantwich, it's really good to talk to you. What's the weather doing up there? Are you expecting rain today?
It's a bit overcast at the moment, but hopefully we might see some sun, but I don't think that is the forecast.
Well, keep your fingers crossed. It's really good to talk to you, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yes, it's very interesting. All about the man, not the policies. Too smooth, too prepared. Yeah. You know, not sincere. Is Liz... She's not a performer in the same way, but she, according to Peter thinks she's coming across as more sincere, more genuine.
Peter seems like one of those people who potentially, when they realise this leadership debate is coming up, think, I'll join the Conservative Party so I can vote, and then realise, too late, should have joined 3 months beforehand. Lots of people thinking, I want to have my say, I'm so politically involved. To be someone who goes to a hustings, you're in the thick of it.
In the thick of it. Well, he's getting all the information, though, isn't he? And that's interesting.
But no ability to influence the decision.
No, but, you know, it's good to be informed, isn't it? What do you think? GB Views, gbnews.uk.
Now, some very sweet things to come on the programme. Could you be? They're called a puppy raiser. We'll tell you how after the break. Now, looking ahead to the weather, it's going to be wet, I'm afraid, across parts of England and Wales, or good for your lawns. Dry and brighter for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Let's look at the details. So, southwest of England. The lunchtime snapshot is looking cloudy with some patchy rain and drizzle in places. Murky along northern coast and over the moors too. In southeast England, it's rather cloudy across the southeast. Cloud thick enough for a few splashes of rain too. Most places will stay dry. Let's head over to Wales, and grey, murky and damp across southern Wales until this lunchtime. A few heavier bursts of rain also possible, and it's going to feel quite muggy with temperatures around 22 Celsius. In the Midlands, it's going to be cloudy across lunchtime. Splashes of rain are possible. There will be a few glimmers of sunshine starting to develop. Temperatures about there, 22 Celsius too. In the northeast of England, it's going to be cloudy at midday with the risk of a few heavy downpours. Perhaps some sunnier breaks moving in towards the far north, towards Durham. Temperatures about 20 Celsius there. In Scotland, a bit of a west-east split across southern Scotland this lunchtime, with the best of the sunshine in the west. Cloudier in the east with a few showers possible. In Northern Ireland, it's mostly dry at midday with some bright and sunny spells developing at times. It's feeling quite pleasant in the sunshine as temperatures reach around 18 Celsius, winds remaining quite light. So a dry end to the day for many of us, but clearest skies across the north and the west of the UK. That's how the weather's shaping up.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
It's 8:26 morning to you, watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Rosie.
Now, Spain's reported the first monkeypox death in Europe, making it the second known casualty of the disease outside of Africa.
Last week, the World Health Organization declared the monkeypox outbreak a global health emergency, but health professionals have assured the public that the infections are usually mild and the risk to the general population is actually very low.
Well, joining us now to find out more is Dr. Monkeypox. Thank you very much for speaking to us. How serious is this? It's very difficult for us to know. It feels like we're getting mixed messages. The risk to the public is low, but then we see new developments like we have done today.
Yes, I can feel the anxiety, because I think we're all trying to work out why the WHO have declared it a public health emergency. We've seen a few more deaths, and despite that, what we know of it is it's quite a mild illness in the general way that it affects people. And I think it's because of the fact that, as Dr. Tedros, the head of the WHO, has basically said, by declaring it an emergency, it expedites and speeds up the process of developing a vaccine. And that's really the main reason. I mean, in the majority of cases, it's a mild illness, self-limiting, which means it will go away on its own, and it doesn't cause anyone to sort of become extremely sick or become hospitalized in the majority. So it is reassuring from that perspective.
Why then do we need to? I'm thinking of, the boy who cried wolf a little bit with all of this. Why do we need to expedite a vaccine for something which, in the vast majority of cases, is not a serious illness?
I think it's the fact that, as you alluded to earlier, we've seen some deaths. We have seen that there are now more than 18,000 cases reported across 78 countries, and 70% of those are in Europe and 25% in America. So we're seeing it spreading a little bit. And I think that is something to be aware of and to be on top of, really. What you'll find is actually, from the vaccination perspective, the WHO have said that they don't want mass vaccination. They really want to vaccinate only the people who have a higher risk. So those who are medical and be treating people with monkeypox, anyone in the lab who's doing work on it, or anyone who's got a high risk of exposure, like men who have sex with men and have multiple partners, for example, are really their targets. So at the moment, it's not a mass vaccination concept either.
Thank you for sort of just explaining it and giving us a bit more clarity on what those warnings mean and what it means for us. While you're here, can we just ask you, we've been talking at some length about Rishi Sunak's new policy idea of saying if you don't turn up to a GP appointment for 2 consecutive appointments and you don't have a reasonable excuse, we're going to fine you £10 for someone in the health service. Is that appropriate?
Well, I think it's a really important question, because I think one thing that we all know, and one thing that I'm dealing with as a GP a lot, is the fact that we are dealing with an upcoming recession, really, aren't we? We know that the cost of living is so high at the moment, and I think a fine of that sort of nature would definitely make people feel more anxious, feel more stressed. We know life events are challenging. We know so many things happen. I was meant to be with you in the studio today, but circumstances prevented us. So these things happen, and I think we need to have some flexibility and understanding at this time, especially when people are really struggling and facing a lot of challenge. So I think we need to really be careful with how we try to enforce and improve appointment attendance. Of course, we do think that's really important, and I find it very frustrating if there are patients booked in who don't turn up. But generally, when you call them and try to inquire as to where they are, it's always something that is normal, like something traffic, someone's really ill. I actually ended up taking my child to hospital because she became worse. That sort of thing. So I think we need to take a degree of measure and just be a little bit careful with how we impose sanctions on people.
Well, that's really interesting. Dr. Karki, good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. Appreciate it.
That really, if we'd had more time, but we've got lots to talk to you about this morning. What is the solution if it isn't fining people? Because I know that's been the situation for friends and family. They haven't gone to appointment because the medical situation they had the appointment for has escalated. And so that then becomes your priority. And you might be in A&E and you haven't thought, I'll just go back and cancel it.
Maybe we need to change our priorities to cancelling. That frees that up for somebody else. That's the thing. So it's not just about missing your appointment, it's about giving that space to somebody else who needs it, isn't it? Let us know what you think, gbviews@gbnews.uk. Now, to take you back to school, when you studied English, did you read Thomas Hardy novels like The Mayor of Casterbridge and Far from the Madding Crowd? Well, if you did, you may be in a falling number because it's going to come off the syllabus.
This autumn, Thomas Hardy's being axed from some exam syllabuses to make room, they say, for Black, Asian, LGBT and disabled writers. It's the Oxford, Cambridge and RSA exam board. They say They want to reflect diversity and inclusivity. Our reporter Jeff Moody went to Dorchester to find out more.
He presides over his beloved Dorchester to this day, looking out at a town that's changed so much in some ways, in others not at all.
Well, he's Dorchester's most important son. Thomas Hardy represents the Dorchester folk, country folk, working folk, real folk, and people with Dorchester here identified with what he wrote about. He called it Wessex, but in every Wessex place in his novels and poems there is a Dorset equivalent that you can actually go and see.
And go and see him they do. Hardy is everywhere in this small rural town, from the obvious to the obscure. Look up and you see a skyline that hasn't changed since the day Hardy first put pen to paper. The madding crowd aren't turning their back on him, but the OCR exam board is. Out with Hardy, in with a whole host of new writing, from disabled poets to Black and Asian writers to LGBT+ voices. And these voices are loud. I spoke to the exam board and I asked them to explain from their point of view why they feel this makes sense. They said they didn't want to talk to us. I then approached several of the new writers to see if they had anything to say about being placed on the syllabus. They had nothing to say either. But Hardy has plenty to say. The dusk of evening was the proper hour at which a true impression of this suggestive place could be received. Standing in the middle of the arena at this time, there by degrees became apparent its real vastness, melancholy, impressive, lonely. Intrigues were arranged there, tentative meetings were there experimented after divisions and feuds. Well, Thomas Hardy's facing a different type of division today, a new yet familiar feud that rankles as deep as any that played out on this spot in Hardy's fictional Casterbridge.
Where does it stop? Do you continue the take-off yourself and to keep replacing it with new? Because after all, we've gone a long time now, haven't we, reading Thomas Hardy?
I personally agree with bringing in new voices. It has to be done if any progression is going to be made in any way, shape or form. But I'm of the opinion of having the new voices side by side with the voices from the past so that people have a reference point for the new voices.
That from the Thomas Hardy Society. This from the MP for West Dorset. He agrees too. So much so, he's written to the Department for Education, demanding Dorset's native be returned to the exam room.
I don't see there's any association with Empire here. For me, as the MP for West Dorset, I see a local author who had a pretty tough upbringing, was not well off. He challenged lots of things, made many successes, and whose ashes are now buried in Westminster Abbey. To recognise all those things, I think that's someone to be celebrated and recognised, and that's why I've decided to challenge this in the way I have done.
His ashes are buried in Westminster, in Poets' Corner, but his heart is here, in his beloved Dorset. No one doubts Dorset will forever honour its most important son. The hope now that his words aren't buried with him. Jeff Moody, GB News.
OK, let's have a rattle through the papers for you this morning with political commentator Andre Walker and light of our lives, the anthropologist Marianne Hotter. Oh, always smiling. Marianne, let's start with you, should we? Sunday People.
Sometimes at you, sometimes with you.
Yeah. Normally at me. The Lionesses.
Yes. Look, isn't it lovely? You get to have loads of pictures of lions.
That's always a good thing.
Female lions, not the main
Yes,
ones.
the Mirror have very much enjoyed that.
Yeah,
Raw talent.
Yeah.
And for those listening on the radio, it's the captain facing off against a huge lion with both of them, it looks like their teeth out.
Yes, that's right. So obviously the kick-off, 5 p.m. today. I think everybody will be watching, apart from Andre, who doesn't understand what football is.
Do you know
it's
something?
This sport thing.
This is
got
not.
11 people on one
this
side,
is not fair, right?
A bit of leather ball.
This is not fair. During the last package, I admitted I didn't know that this was going on. You weren't supposed to mention it, Marianne. Right, we're supposed
I don't know how you've missed it.
I know.
I don't know how you've missed it.
I don't know how I've missed it. Right, OK.
So, different question. Now that you know that it exists, are you excited?
Are you going to watch?
I've got to be totally honest with you. The thing that really excites me about it, and I do know nothing about football, but my dad was on the executive of Lancashire Football Association, and my little brother is the chairman of a football club. And my little brother rails about the fact that the training or practices for younger people are not there. The cost of being in a football team is prohibitive to lots of people. In his club, he's hoping to start giving away all these lessons for free and all the coaching for free. And I've got nieces who are very interested in it. And so I'm interested in the fact that 90,000 people are filling a stadium. I think this is the first time in history a women's football team has filled a massive stadium. I might be wrong.
It's the biggest, certainly the biggest crowd in Europe.
So that's good.
Aidan's point, the sports editor, made the point before that there's a risk, of course, that this becomes a kind of a crown jewel moment where everybody watches a big international final, but actually the grassroots of the women's sport isn't there and isn't being invested in, isn't being celebrated.
This will reinvigorate the grassroots, right?
But I hope it'll give it a real boost. But that kind of needs to follow through in the coming weeks and months. So I was thinking, I'm going to watch the
boost
final
even been sufficient if we can sit here and Andre genuinely can say, I didn't even know that the game was on. We're going to take you on your word.
Well, hang on, I wouldn't have lied about it.
Minority there. I'd imagine you're in a small minority.
I think that's probably
across the country. But I was thinking, I'm going to watch the match today with my 4-year-old. We're going to, kind of cheer for the Lionesses. But then I was thinking, actually, what I really need to do is get some tickets for us to go and see some women's club matches when the Women's Super League starts in the autumn. Because actually, that's the thing that supports football.
The game, yeah.
Well, I think there is but does your 4-year-old like football? Or are you going to be forcing him to go?
He's not bothered. I'm not really bothered. But seeing live sport is exciting, isn't it? And I think he's a little boy. But I think one of the things that I feel really passionate about is actually seeing women as athletes, and their bodies are about strength, about technical skill. It's not about being pretty. I think that's really important. It's important for little girls, but it's also really important for little boys.
Do you know when you're talking about children wanting to watch football, I do think that there's a huge advantage with the promotion of women's football. I'm 43 years old, so I'm not that old, but I remember when I was a kid. You used to be able to walk up to Liverpool or Everton on the day and go in and watch a First Division match or then a Premier League match, depending on when it was. Now, that's incredibly hard to do. And if there are now a men's Chelsea Football Club and a women's Chelsea Football Club, you expand the number of seats in these club games. And therefore, I think that's a good thing. So suddenly, young people are not in a position where they have to be on a waiting list for a season ticket and pay an absolute fortune. And I think that is a huge advantage of women's football.
Well, we're anticipated, I don't know who makes these predictions, to drink 8.7 million pints or something.
That's what I'm doing anyway.
But let's talk about drinks, because in The Observer, Andre, cider producers, they want a bit of a promotion.
Yes, there is a review into rules on alcohol. And as we've seen, God bless the European Union, they brought in all sorts of rules on what constitutes champagne and things like that. And cider producers are really unhappy with what they've deemed to be not cider. So there are some people saying that cider should be made 100% from apples. Obviously, the alternative to that is to get this concentrate stuff and then put water into it and sugar syrup and all that. At the moment, you only need 35% juice for it to be an actual cider. Campaign for Real Ale is saying 50%. But the long and short of it is, and I did have an unfortunate incident with this when I was 16. I didn't quite end up with my stomach pump, but some of this very, very nasty, cheap cider, basically cider producers say it's undermining the image of their product.
I would agree with that, isn't it? You want it, I mean, it's the old, if you want champagne, it sort of has to be made in Epernay, doesn't it? And all that sort of thing. There's a big street and they've got all the champagne houses. down the... It's amazing. It's amazing to see. But with this, proper cider, decent, proper quality cider being called cider.
So what would be the name for the inferior cider then?
Maybe
it would need a rebrand.
Cider-style drink.
Style, yes.
The apple juice.
But I mean, let's be honest. If you were somebody who was incredibly proud of your cider product and you were looking at, I mean, name some of them. I won't because it's probably unfair. But we all know what we're talking about. Some of the absolute rubbish that you see.
But then no one thinks they're the same product,
no,
do they?
I mean, that's the thing. Like, if you kind of change the name, the legal name of what it would be a fortified alcoholic apple
tasting drink
concentrate drink or something.
Give it a brand
but everyone
name,
would
like...
still call it cider, and it's still like the absolute minimum unit pricing, and it tastes scuzzy. I mean, if you want to just stop people drinking it, then we should stop selling it. We should have minimum unit pricing.
To be honest with you, this is one of those things where I'm pretty ambivalent about the whole subject, just for that reason. I don't know whether it makes a huge difference, but I suppose if other products get their names protected, then why should cider be treated differently?
Minimum unit pricing doesn't seem to work. They've done it in Scotland and it hasn't had, in fact, it's had the opposite effect, apparently.
I think different studies have shown different
things.
Different,
lies,
different.
lies.
That's a very polite way. Yeah.
What was it? Vic Reeves once said 87.6% of statistics are made up on the spot.
Yeah, yeah. Hosepipe bans in the Observer.
Yeah, so they're coming,
I think
obviously.
Is a bit unfair for anyone who's watching or listening north of about Watford.
So the south and the east are particularly water stressed. The north is currently experiencing perfectly reasonable watery conditions. But it's fundamentally because this July, it's been the driest month on record since 1911. In the south and east particularly, the rainfall so far this month has been 14% of an average July in the last decade.
Right.
So it has been extremely dry, and you kind of look out at someone's lawn and it looks like the Serengeti. I mean, it's mostly dead, the rest of it is straw. So the big question is this the new normal? We're going to have to get used to these kind of really extreme heat conditions. How do you garden differently? How do you have behavioural expectations around the way that we use water? So the water companies are saying, well, I don't think it is worn off. And groups are saying, we have lobbied the government to say you need to respond quickly. You can't have a knee-jerk reaction to these things because we know they're coming. We need plan. We need infrastructure investment, things like reservoirs, things like maybe using something like the Grand Union Canal to move water around the country from the bits where it's nice and green and wet to the bits that are very dry but have lots of people. And then things like don't water your garden. Yes, some of the plants are going to die. Don't replace them with the same plants because the same thing's going to happen next summer. Don't fill up your paddling pool. But of course...
Where's Percy Thrower when you need him?
Well, the flip...
I'm saying. Well, I've got to stop you there.
Oh, OK. The flip side of it is obviously the water companies need to actually do the investing because they're still making money.
Good luck with that.
And stop the leaks.
Stop the leaks.
Thank you both. Marianne, Andre, good to see you both this morning. Thank you.
It's 9:15. Don't go anywhere. We've got lots to come, including the cutest, cuddliest and most hard-working puppies you've ever seen. Now, looking ahead to the weather, it's going to be wet, I'm afraid, across parts of England and Wales, or good for your lawns. Dry and brighter for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Let's look at the details. So, southwest of England. The lunchtime snapshot is looking cloudy with some patchy rain and drizzle in places. Murky along northern coast and over the moors too. In southeast England, it's rather cloudy across the southeast. Cloud thick enough for a few splashes of rain too. Most places will stay dry. Let's head over to Wales. And grey, murky and damp across southern Wales until this lunchtime. A few heavier bursts of rain also possible, and it's going to feel quite muggy with temperatures around 22 Celsius. In the Midlands, it's going to be cloudy across lunchtime. Splashes of rain are possible. There will be a few glimmers of sunshine starting to develop. Temperatures about there, 22 Celsius too. In the northeast of England, it's going to be cloudy at midday with the risk of a few heavy downpours. Perhaps some sunnier breaks moving in towards the far north, towards Durham. Temperatures about 20 Celsius there. In Scotland, a bit of a west-east split across southern Scotland this lunchtime, with the best of the sunshine in the west. Cloudier in the east with a few showers possible. In Northern Ireland, it's mostly dry at midday, with some bright and sunny spells developing at times. It's feeling quite pleasant in the sunshine as temperatures reach around 18 Celsius, winds remaining quite light. So a dry end to the day for many of us, but clearest skies across the north and the west of the UK. That's how the weather's shaping up.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Welcome back. It's 10 minutes to 9. You're watching and listening to Breakfast with Stephen and Rosie on GB News. Now, the Guide Dogs for the Blind Association helps blind and partially sighted people in the United Kingdom by providing them with guide dogs. The charity, though, is desperately short of what they call puppy raisers. They need volunteers to home and train puppies, with plenty of support from the charity to train more guide dogs. So we're going to meet one of those dogs, Whitney, very shortly, who's sat with Stephen, who's almost 4 months old, in the studio. Now, if you're listening on the radio, either get on YouTube and have a little look, or online, or make sure you watch back later on. It's a very sweet, I think it's a crossbreed. We'll find out more, because with me now is Nina from the Guide Dogs for the Blind Association. Tell us, first of all, what is a puppy raiser?
A puppy raiser is somebody who takes a dog from about 7 to 8 weeks old, keeps them until they're about 12 to 15 months, and gives them a loving home and teaches them all of the basics, commands and sort of future socialisation that they might need in order to become well-rounded life changers in the future.
So you get this gorgeous puppy, and then you've got to give it back.
You do, yes. That is the downside of being a puppy raiser. But at that stage, they are ready then to go on to their advanced training to go on and change the life of somebody who's blind or partially sighted in the UK. And then you get another puppy.
You know, I'm listening to you and thinking that is a huge responsibility. I don't want to get this wrong. What if I'm just stressed or tired or life gets in the way? And how do you make sure that you get those training markers down so that when you get this puppy back, it's geared up to do the job?
The puppy raisers are provided with the best possible support that we can give them. So we've got the world-class, world-leading trainers in the UK, the best health and welfare support that they could ask for. So anything and everything that you might need to know about raising a puppy, you've always got that support. You've also got support from other puppy raisers who may live locally to you. So there's a social aspect as well as a peer support aspect.
And before we meet Whitney, how much time commitment does it take? Presumably this is a 24/7 commitment. Right.
In the early days, certainly it is. Having a new puppy is like having a baby, probably for the first 5 or 6 weeks. But after that, as they start to grow in confidence, you still need to be there for them. They still are fairly full-on responsibility, but you can start to have a little bit more of your life back once they get a little bit older.
OK, well, let's meet Whitney, who's over at the other side of the studio with Stephen.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. So Whitney is here, along with Jane. I don't know whether they call it the razor or the trainer in all of this.
The razor.
The
Puppy razor.
Now, she's a beautiful girl, and she's only 4 months... She's big for 4 months old.
She is a big girl, yes.
But how do you begin to deal with this? Because she's a dog, but ultimately they're sort of not dogs when they're properly trained, are they? They're much more of an actual real tool.
They are, and there are things that you might do with puppies ordinarily that you try not to do with a dog that's going to be a guide dog. So she has to learn to be able to settle herself. She has to learn not to get on the furniture. She's not allowed to eat your food, things like that. But actually, it's a really good basis for any dog to be trained that way, to be honest. So if you've got dogs of your own, it's a good way to bring them up too.
So it's quite a lot stricter, but
it is.
But they're still a happy animal.
Yeah, they're still allowed to be dogs. They're still allowed to play and have time when they socialise with other dogs as well. So yeah, they are indeed. Yeah.
How do you begin to know whether a dog is going to be right for this life?
I think it starts in their early stages. They have to learn to be calm. They have a certain temperament. So she's my first dog, so I'll tell you in a year's time whether or not we managed to get it right for her. But I think it's about keeping calm and them listening and having that engagement with you all of the time. So it's very much about the time that you spend with them, teaching them some basic commands.
Just a mere 4 months old. What does she... I mean, I know you're quite good at getting her to lie down and
yes.
things, but what else does she have to know by this stage?
No, at this stage, she's pretty much on track for learning everything she needs to do, so she'll sit and she'll lay down. You can leave her for a little while on a spot and she'll stay there, but I don't think she'll do that today, possibly.
No, that's not like too much excitement here. If you are watching on the radio, get on the app, get on YouTube and have a look back at this, because she's a beautiful dog in a beautiful guide dog coat as well, which I guess also they have to get used to wearing.
Again, yeah, it's also socialisation, but also getting used to different equipment. And that's a real big part of the training, how you introduce a collar, how you introduce lead walking, and things like the coat helps prepare them for when they want to wear a harness as they grow older.
Yeah, I mean, when you first came in, I was asking you, wasn't I, just what to... how I can deal with it, because I know with a proper working guide dog, of course, as members of the public, we don't want to be stroking them and petting them, do we?
No, you have to encourage people to be calm with them and not let them jump up. So that's part of the reason for wearing the coat, is so that people are aware that they're in training and then have a little bit more respect.
And even being in an environment like this, where she's somewhere totally new, I mean, studio environments are weird at the best of times. Is that good for her to see something totally different?
Absolutely, yeah. It's good for her to be introduced to lots of different things. Even coming up in the lift today would be a new experience for her. So they're all things that you do by graduation. Introduce her to cars, buses, train journeys, things like that.
How do you... I mean, who's best suited to be a raiser? I know they're desperately short of raisers. They want more people to get involved. It's got to be very hard, because not only do you have to be very strict in many respects, but you've also got to be prepared to let these beautiful animals go.
Well, you do. And I think the thing to look at is that you're going to be enabling somebody else to have a really good life with a dog that's going to support them. Hopefully you get to make friends with that person too, and you keep in contact with the dog, so you still you build a relationship with those people, and then, of course, you can always have another puppy.
This is true. Well, what about Whitney, when she moves on from you, at whatever stage that will be? Is she going to miss you?
Well, I hope so. But I expect that will also be by graduation, and we'll be able to still keep in contact and go and see her. But I think dogs are quite fickle. We're resource centres for them, basically. As long as they've got food and love and they know that they're secure.
I say she's loving the food this morning. You've got plenty of treats. I noticed she's nipped your finger a little bit.
No, I caught it on the way in,
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, dear. That's not your fault, Whitney.
It wasn't Winnie's fault, no.
What is she in terms of... I tell you what, she's got these... I mean, she's... They say if you're on the radio, she's jet black. She's absolutely jet black, but she's not just a lab, is she?
She's not a lab at all, actually.
She's got the softest coat.
Yeah, she has. She's a retriever crossed with a shepherd.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so she has a golden retriever father and a shepherd mum.
So she's half gold.
She is half gold. In there is a gold puppy.
That's clearly a recessive gene, isn't it, as far as that goes? I mean, but she has got the softest coat.
Yes.
That I've felt on a dog in a long time.
Yeah, and it's all going crinkly now. She's getting that retriever wave through it along her back there.
I've got to be said, you're very used to animals, aren't you? You're a veterinary...
Veterinary physiotherapist, yes. So I'm usually dealing with broken ones.
Yeah.
So hopefully we're not going to break this one and keep her nice and fit. And it's really important when they're growing up as puppies that they're not over-exercised and that it's a combination of mental stimulation as well as physical stimulation. So I think actually in terms of the guide dog training, it's absolutely a superb way of bringing up a dog. Because they get lots of mental stimulation as well as physical.
Who can do this then as a job? I mean, you're an animal expert, professionally.
Yeah.
But what about anyone else who's watching or listening now?
So it's definitely something that anyone can do. The guide dog training package that comes with having the puppy is absolutely amazing. It's some of the best training I've seen. It's all very step by step. You can dip back into it and go and look at it. It's all online for people that like using online tools. And you've got access to people that guide and support you through the way. There's other puppy dog raisers that are local to me, and I have a development raiser that helps train us. And if we get stuck, we just make a phone call and we get some guidance.
Yeah, and I guess it must be extremely rewarding, that you are helping make someone's life much more livable, actually.
Yeah, definitely. The thought that you might be enabling somebody to actually lead an active life, I think, is a very rewarding process.
Well, look, if you want to get involved, guidedogs.org.uk is the email address that you can use to at least look into it. See if it is something that would work for you. Jane, it's a pleasure to see you.
Thank you.
Whitney, you're the star of the show, sweetheart. You are a beautiful, beautiful girl. And I hope you go on to really help someone lead very, very good and healthy and active and fulfilling life. I'm sure you will. It's been a joy to see you both. Thank you very much indeed. Look, don't go anywhere. We've got everything you need to know coming up about all the top stories in a couple of minutes, plus, of course, all the showbiz news with Stephanie Tetchy. So do stay with us.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
England takes on Germany today in the 2022 Euro final at Wembley.
Good morning to you. It's 9 o'clock on Sunday, 31st of July, and this is Breakfast on GB News with Stephen and Rosie.
We're live across the whole of the UK on your television, on your radio, wherever you are. You can take us with you. Why not download our app?
Yeah, very good point. This is what you're waking up to this morning. A 90,000 sellout crowd at Wembley, seeing the Lionesses take on Germany in the 2022 Euro finals today. A victory would be the first major trophy since the men's 1966 World Cup win.
Will you be cheering them on? I certainly am. More promises now if we look to the Conservative Party leadership race. Liz Truss is promising Oxbridge interviews for every A-star pupil. Rishi Sunak says you should be fined £10 if you fail to show up for your GP appointment.
The guide dogs for the blind charity are desperately short of what they call puppy raisers. They're seeking volunteers to home and train puppies who will go on to help people who are blind.
As ever, you can get involved with any of those discussions, particularly what's been really quite contentious is this idea by Rishi Sunak about whether you should get a fine if you don't turn up and you don't cancel your GP appointment. Let us know. You can email us, gbviews@gbnews.uk, or tweet us too @gbnews.
And if you love seeing Whitney, the guide dog, in training just a few minutes ago, then get into, if you're interested in helping out, in looking at that sort of job, and it's a tough job, actually, to raise a puppy like that and then eventually, of course, have to give it away to go and do its proper job. Love to hear from you if that's something that you've done or would be interested in doing. And if you have been listening on the radio, get on the app or get on YouTube. You can just rewind it back to 20 to 9 and have a look. Have a look at the sort of animal that you could be raising to help somebody else. Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. But I bet it's hard work and I bet it pulls on the old heartstrings when the time comes.
I am absolutely sure, but so worthy.
Oh, yeah.
So worthy. So it was great to have them here in the studio. Let's look now, though, at our top story. These make me nervous because there is this real anticipation that there could very shortly be some real celebration because the Women's Euro final takes place at Wembley Stadium today before a sellout crowd of 90,000 people. If the Lionesses win, it means the first major trophy victory since the Men's World Cup back in 1966.
It's a lot of pressure and there's a lot of excitement. It's expected to be the most watched TV event of the year. They're predicting 19.5 million viewers, 4.6 million fans watching in pubs, bars and restaurants, and, excuse my insulin pump being away there, £46 million is going to be spent in total celebrating today. A lot of that going on drink. Fans expecting to consume 8.7 million pints of beer.
Well, here with us this morning is sports broadcaster and journalist Aidan McGee. It is really exciting, but we have been here so many times before. The excitement is rife. Can they do it?
Oh, absolutely, they can do it. No question about it. I mean, look, they're on a run of 19 games since Serena Wiegmann took over back in September. 104 goals scored, 4 conceded. I mean, doesn't say much to the opposition, I suspect, but England are the ones setting the standard, so we can't really criticise them. Germany are going to be a tough nut to crack, don't make any bones about that. They were very, very good against France on Wednesday at Stadium.
I mean, they've won this tournament time and time again.
Yeah, interesting stat, actually, Rosie, prior to the last tournament, they won 8 of the previous 9, so they've dominated. But the women's game looks a lot different now compared to in 2009.
So what happened in the last tournament?
They got knocked out in the semi-finals, I believe, against Netherlands. So who are managed by Serena Wiegmann, the current England coach.
But still, out of the last 10 tournaments then, Germany won 8.
Yeah, look, having said that, though, the thing is, it's going to get more difficult for Germany to win these tournaments and England because more and more countries are going to play it, more and more countries are going to see the success in this country and try and replicate it in other nations.
That's great, though, isn't it?
It's great, but it's like, you know, England winning the 66 World Cup was easy to do then because there was only about 8 teams in it. Now there's 32, so that's the
We've got a head start.
Got a head start, yeah. No more than that, although I'm not expecting today's generation to be around in 20 years' time. But I do have a very special guest to introduce right now, if I may. It's Patricia Gregory, the founding member of the Women's Football Association, joining us now. Are you there for us, Patricia? Can you hear us?
Morning.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Welcome. Thank you. Welcome to GB News this morning. A huge day for the women's game. Now, when you just think back to 1969, when you founded the Women's Football Association, just tell us what the game was like back then, and also how proud you feel today. You can't have imagined a day like this before back then.
Oh, heavens no. I mean, I started my team in 1967 when the 1921 rule of the FA was still in place, which actually forbade women from playing on grounds under the control of the Football Association. The Women's FA was started over a couple of years and had our first official meeting on the 1st of November 1969. This was a mixture of men and women, so it's not a feminist project. And we worked towards getting that rule lifted, which it was by the FA at the end of 1969, but officially in January 1970.
It seems astonishing that there was a ban on women playing football back then, doesn't it, Patricia? But talk to me about the facilities back then, because I can't imagine they're anything like they are today.
No, no, indeed not. One of the first things we did in competition terms was set up the National Cup competition. And the first one of those, the final, was played in 1971 on the pitch in the centre of the athletics track at the Crystal Palace National Sports Centre. We were not, for several years, allowed on professional football grounds, so those under the control of what was then the Football League. But we did get access to grounds once the ban was lifted, to other grounds, smaller grounds, under the control of the FA. So places like Dulwich Hamlet, Bedford, and in fact, the England team, which we set up and played its first game in November 1972, we reached the first European final, and we lost, unfortunately, to Sweden on penalties, and that was a two-legged final. The first leg was played at the Ullevi Stadium in Gothenburg, pretty big stadium, and our leg was played at Luton Town, and it was definitely a mud bath.
Well, I know that Kenilworth Road hasn't changed much since then, because I've been there recently myself, but talk to me about the last few years then, because what was the catalyst for change? I kind of pinpointed it back to 2015 and the Women's World Cup in Canada. What do you think was the catalyst for change over that period of time? Because things are definitely different now, even to what they were 10 years ago, aren't they?
Oh yes, they are. The Women's FA existed until 1993, when we ran out of money and we knew that we didn't have the wherewithal to invest in the sport that it needed. So we handed it over, and the FA was by then happy to consider taking women's football under its wing, directly under its wing. And we handed it over to them in 93. Now, they obviously had the money to pour into the game, and I think that really can't be underestimated. The amount of finance that has gone into the game since then, and as you say, it all leading up to the last World Cup and, the World Cup in 2015 and various other competitions. So it's been steadily growing, and what is most important is that it's growing at the grassroots level. Girls, not in every school by any means, but girls now have the opportunity to play at school, which we wanted to do, but we didn't have the resources to make that happen. So that is gradually happening, and if girls want to play football now, they can do so. And they're not going to have to...
Sorry, just finally, Patricia, because we're running out of time, but where will you be watching today, and how will you feel when you see the Lionesses walk out?
Well, I managed to buy tickets a year ago, so I will be in the stadium, and yes, I will be very emotional when I see them walk out.
Brilliant, you'll be there, Patricia. We hope you enjoy. We hope we're all celebrating tonight. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. A seismic day for the women's game, and we hope we're all celebrating this evening.
I'm just astounded that Patricia's had to buy a ticket.
I know,
to be honest.
That's a really good point.
It's like Patricia should be on the list of VIPs to be whisked in, given champagne in an ice box, and I find that astounding.
Well, the
Patricia.
World Cup's soon, so maybe she'll be looked after a bit better then.
She should be founding member of the Women's Football Association.
I know.
And she had to buy her own ticket for this.
It does seem a bit rough, doesn't it?
It does, but at least she's going to be enjoying the game.
Exactly.
That's the thing. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it, when you think how things have progressed. I mean, just to us casual observers, it seems like things have progressed quite quickly. But then when you hear that, you realise it's actually taken a very
I
long
think
time.
coverage is actually quite a good determinant factor that gives you an indicator of how things are progressing. And the line in the sand for me was definitely, I don't know why I'm drawing a line on my piece of paper.
No, it works.
Luckily the pen did. It's a GB News pen. So 2015 World Cup, that was the line in the sand for me. That's when things started to change and I was being sent to more women's football events and it was becoming more relevant on the news agenda and creeping higher up and higher up. And obviously then we saw the development of the WSL. I knew somebody 10 years ago who was working for Manchester City who was asked by the chief exec there to do a feasibility study into the formation of the Women's Super League, which you mentioned last couple of hours ago. And she went back to her boss and said, look, I think it's worth doing. And then when she got the buy-in from other clubs as well, that was the very beginning of the whole structure. And while there are only 12 professional clubs at the moment, that's sure to rise in the next few years, especially on the back of a tournament like this.
Yeah, I should think so. Aidan, thank you. It's been good to see you all morning this morning.
You too. I'm back in a bit, I think, talking showbiz with Stephanie.
Oh,
I'm
yes,
just
you are.
I think I'm just being a nuisance down the far end.
You are. You're going to sit down the far end and chip in like what we do on the Breakfast Family. Great stuff. We'll see you then.
Let's bring you up to date with the other stories making the headlines and some difficult headlines this morning. The mother of Archie Battersby's written an urgent appeal to the Health Secretary asking for her son's life support treatment to continue. Well, the support is currently ending on Monday afternoon and Archie's mum, Holly Dance, wants to prolong treatment until the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities has considered the case.
Police investigating the death of a 9-year-old girl in Lincolnshire have arrested a man on suspicion of murder. Lilia Velutite was fatally stabbed in Boston on Thursday. The 22-year-old has been detained after several members of the public came forward with information.
Now to the Conservative leadership contest, and Liz Truss has unveiled a 6-point plan in her Tory leadership campaign, pledging to be the Education Prime Minister. The Foreign Secretary says she plans to replace failing academies with free schools in an effort to get Britain's education system back on track.
So are any of these promises being made appealing to you? We've just heard what Liz Truss has got on offer. Rishi Sunak has said that you could be fined if you miss 2 consecutive GP appointments amid concerns over availability of appointments to patients.
The leadership hopefuls also vowed to save the high street if he becomes the Prime Minister.
Yeah, and we heard Liz Truss as pitching herself as the Education Prime Minister, as we just heard. Now let's talk to Greg Hands, Minister for Business, Energy and Clean Growth, who joins us now. Morning to you. Good morning. Look, Rishi Sunak, who I know you're backing in this contest, is pulling 1 or 2 things out of the bag, isn't he? But are they going to be enough to pique and grab the support of those Tory party members?
Well, I think Rishi's doing very well amongst Conservative Party members. Today's poll just out on Conservative councillors, which are a big part of the Conservative membership, show it to be neck and neck. So I think it's all to play for. Most importantly, Rishi Sunak is the one who polls best with marginal constituencies, wavering voters, the sort of people that the Conservatives need to win back at the next election. So that is where I think the most important thing is, and that's where Rishi's great strengths lie, is with those voters that Conservatives need to win the next election.
One of these new policies that he's put forward is this fine for people who miss 2 back-to-back GP appointments. We had a doctor on the programme earlier, and I know not representative of the entire NHS, but he was very reluctant to be supportive of this. Why does he think, Rishi Sunak, think this is a good idea?
Well, I think getting to grips with waiting lists is one of the most important things. It's a big public priority for a lot of people who've been waiting due to the pandemic in particular, for their operation, GP appointments and so on. I think this will help us to get to grips with those waiting lists. The idea being it's not for a first offence. It will be at the discretion of the GP. So if the GP thinks it's a vulnerable patient or somebody with good reason not always to be able to make an appointment, that there is discretion given to the GP. But it's sending a message that we need to get to grips. The NHS is free at the point of use, but it's not an infinite resource that people can abuse by failing to show up for appointments. That's the message that's being sent.
It's interesting that you're backing Rishi. Your brief is business, energy and clean growth. When it comes to business, he's talking about high streets. I mean, one of the things that people come forward with all the time is saying, well, if you want to boost the high streets, if you want to particularly help SMEs, then what you need to do is get rid of business rates.
Well, there is an ongoing government review of business rates, and that's something that I think should be treated in wait for the results of that review. It's quite a lot of money involved in business rates, and reform needs to carefully consider what are the implications for all kinds of businesses. But what we have done, and what Rishi Sunak did as Chancellor during the pandemic, was to provide an enormous amount of support for businesses and for employees. We had the deepest recession in 300 years, yet unemployment hardly went up at all. So Rishi Sunak knows all about how to help the economy, how to work with businesses and make sure the economy is heading in the right direction, which I think, as you rightly point out, with energy prices, is something that needs to be done at the moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, but this is part of the problem. A lot of people, including Rishi Sunak himself, look at what he's done. Well, what he's done, it becomes irrelevant with what we're facing now, doesn't it? It's about what we do moving forward. And what he's been very reluctant to do is take action which would immediately put money back in people's pockets, as people who are struggling the most, who are now facing energy bills that they just do not have the money to afford. People have contacted us, viewers and listeners, saying, particularly when it comes to pensioners, their pension isn't as much as their energy bill. So what are they going to do?
Well, that's if I might take issue with the question, you're right that there is a big issue with energy prices, and that's being driven by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There's a global surge in energy prices, but you're wrong to say the government hasn't taken any action. In fact, it's Rishi Sunak himself, as Chancellor of the Exchequer, who's made sure that there's £37 billion of support this year. We've got the £400 non-refundable payment coming starting from October. We've got a big impact of the right on the threshold of national insurance. There's a lot of money going in to help people with those bills right now.
Yeah, look, on that, let's be honest. And look, and it's not to knock it. It's not to knock it, because every little helps, of course it does. But £400 over 6 months, starting in October, isn't helping people now. And what people contact us in the hundreds, every single programme, saying they need help now, and they're not getting it.
Yeah. OK, well, no, because actually that is the £400 that starts in October. The £650 to, I think it's the 9 million most vulnerable households, which has been starting now. There's additional payments for those who are disabled. There's £37 billion worth of money going in from the taxpayer to help people with bills of this year as cost of living support. That is a big, big commitment that has gone in.
I mean, I met some of those people who received that initial payment of, I think it was £326 or £324. I can't quite remember. They'll get the second instalment. Some of the people I met, though, and these are people on benefits that we as society have decided we're going to support you because maybe they have disabilities, and they're looking at the amount of money that's coming in and the amount of money that's going out, and their bills, the cost of their essential living maybe leaves them, I'm not kidding, £10 to play with in a month. One person that I spoke to said, oh, well, with this extra income, I might be able to buy myself a treat like an ice cream or get my hair cut. For those people, the amount of support just simply isn't sufficient.
Well, look, some of that support hasn't kicked in yet. Some kicks in from October. A lot kicks in now. You're right about the £650 payment, the one-off payment that goes to 8 million of the worst affected households. There's 37 billion in all. But obviously, we've got to keep the situation under review. The price cap is sure to rise again from early October. There's support there that's in place. And don't forget about the council tax cut that's been put in. There's been a lot of money, £37 billion overall. But of course, the government is keeping under review constantly whether more needs to be done. That's why Rishi Sunak is offering the VAT cut on energy bills. as a one-off for the next year. That is also going to assist people about £160 off energy bills through that as well. So there is support being put in. We need to keep it under constant review.
What do you say to those people watching and listening now who may just say, look, and we spoke to a viewer earlier on who said he just doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. And perhaps we would listen to you and say, just doesn't, you know, Greg Hands just isn't getting it. He's not getting where I am right now.
Well, we are getting it. And the situation is being driven by a big spike in global energy prices. It's not something that is in the government's doing, but the government is here to support people. That is why we have £37 billion worth of help for cost of living for people paying their bills this year. And I'm sure the situation is going to be under constant review. There could be more to come.
Should the government be putting pressure on companies like Centrica, Ben, who are the owner of British Gas? You know, their profits went up from 250 million or thereabouts to 1.3 billion off the back of this, off the base price of gas. Should pressure be put on them to actually start coughing some of that money over?
Well, look, we have introduced the Energy Profits Levy, which introduces a tax of about £5 billion on upstream oil and gas companies to make sure that a lot of their additional profits this year do get taxed at even more than the usual rate. You've got to bear in mind oil and gas companies already pay tax at about twice the rate of any other company. The Energy Profits Levy introduces an additional element of tax. But as with all these things, taxation matters will be kept under review to just check that the response from the government is appropriate.
OK, Greg Hands, good to talk to you this morning. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. What do you think, Ben? I'd love to know what you think. GBviews at gbnews.uk. It's under review. Is that enough at this stage? I mean, do you know what? It's very difficult for politicians, and I really appreciate that. I've dealt with politicians for 30-odd years. They can't just give you the answers that you want to hear because it's just not feasible sometimes. But they've got to show that they're getting it. I'm not sure that they are at the moment.
And one of the really big criticisms, it was Martin Lewis, the financial expert, has basically made a public plea to Rishi Sunak, to Liz Truss, to Boris Johnson to say, please get in a room together now and sort out some help now because October is too late. And it is easier when we've got a heat wave, when we're not looking at the thermostat or looking at the dial to work out, how many hours shall I put the heating on? How much money shall I put in the meter? But come October, the point being made by some of these financial experts is that people will not have enough.
And of course, and a lot of people, I mean, that's quite right for those people on meters and things who are worse hit from this. Actually, they pay more on the price cap, I think, than anybody else. But even if you're on the direct debit system, which balances out your payments across the year, which is normally quite useful, but you're going to look at it and say, well, I'm not using that much power, and yet I'm still paying what could be £300, £400, £500 a month, heading up to those sort of levels. But if you reduce that now, which you could do on a direct debit, then your bills by October are going to be even higher. So people do need that help right now. And it's very difficult. I mean, look, it's not to have a go at the politicians, really, because I haven't got any answers. And the reality is they haven't either at this stage. But it's just that reality when we get people messaging in saying, you know, my pension is £500 a month. There's an email yesterday. My pension is £500 a month. I think it was Anne who sent that in. So what do I do? What do I do? At my current rate, I've got £10 a week, I think she said, or £20 a week to live on, to pay all the other bills. So what do? You can't just say we're going to keep it under review, because that, for a lot of people, isn't going to be good enough.
And it's in light of that situation where other people who've been getting in touch this morning will say, how can we fine people for not turning up to their doctor's appointments? All these things related. Please, we really want to hear from you. So email us, gbviews at gbnews.uk, or drop us a tweet as well at gbnews.
Now, we've got more to come, including another look at the proposed plans for the high street that Rishi Sunak is talking about.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Well, look, we were just talking, as you saw, to Greg Hands, who's backing Rishi Sunak. Interesting, the views coming through already. Sue says, morning to you, Sue. I'm going to be voting for Liz Truss. I'm going to cast my vote as soon as I get my paper, which is probably going to be tomorrow. The main thing for me is that Sunak and his Westminster supporters seem to be missing the point that people outside the M25 now need help now, not in the autumn, not next year. Liz has said from the beginning she's going to reduce energy bills by removing the green levy, which can be up to 25% of the bill. And even if Rishi Sunak removed VAT on fuel bills, which he promised to do in a bit of a U-turn last week, that would only be a 5% reduction, which it would. VAT on fuel is only 5%, and he did say he would only bring that in October if the levy hit above £3,000, which it will. We think it's.
We're pretty sure it will, and then even higher in January.
Yeah, but so you wouldn't get it till October, and then it's only 5% off. So that's not impressing Sue at the moment.
And talking to Stephen doesn't seem to buy many of the promises at all. He says, come election time, every candidate makes these promises to the provinces outside of London, talking like Sue about outside the M25, which are broken as soon as they're elected. What has not happened to the North on investment and infrastructure since the last election is a disgrace which will not be forgotten.
Yeah. Do you know what, though? I mean, as a northerner, Stephen, I totally agree with that. The only caveat I would say is the whole levelling up and the whole, Northern Powerhouse and all that type of agenda has just been hit, hasn't it? Because of the COVID.
Pandemic?
Pandemic is the word I'm looking for. That's not a word I should forget.
I was about to say, it would be nice if we all forgot about that.
Loving it. But I think that, and whether you agree with how the pandemic was handled or not, it's taken a lot of money and all the priority, hasn't it? So, but I mean, I totally agree with you, Stephen, that we need to, this balancing out and levelling up and all that, it needs to be done as a matter of urgency. The North is left behind. It certainly is.
But one thing Rishi Sunak is promising to do is to slash the number of empty shops on our high streets and also crack down on things like graffiti and littering. It's being seen by his critics as his latest policy announcement to attempt to make a U-turn on his flagging bid to become Britain's next Prime Minister.
Or not flagging, according to Greg Hands, who said they're neck and neck.
Well, for more on this, we're joined by the retail expert, Jeremy Baker. Thank you very much for speaking to us. Stephen made a really good point earlier that if Rishi Sunak is saying he's going to help the high street, is this just putting it on extended life support rather than transforming what our high streets need?
He's promising something that can't be delivered. The high street is pretty much finished as what it was. Because every time you go online and buy something, every time you get pizza delivered to your home, you're damaging the high street. But that's not going to change. It's so nice sitting at home getting things delivered to you. That is something that's really a real benefit of our life today. And so going into the centre and going to these shops, it's an old way of doing things. And so to spend money on helping that is not a good idea at all. Please don't do that, Rishi. He's someone who grew up, some of his education was in California, in Silicon Valley. He should be very aware of new technology coming in, smashing the old system, and we having to learn to live with the new technology. To me, that's what he should be saying as a candidate. He should be a new person, new things, new way of doing things, not going back to the old, which can't happen.
I mean, it's interesting because, I mean, he's going to, no doubt, thinks he's appealing to those people who could vote for him in the Conservative Party membership. And a lot of people, I mean, you'll understand this, a lot of people think, you know, it would be nice to have the high streets. We look back with affection and nostalgia on the days of a bustling high street. But as you say, it's on its last legs. We need to, if we're going to spend money, we need to totally reinvent it somehow, don't we?
Yes. I think that's a good point. The reinvention is the thing. High Street is very central to the city. People can get there. People do have needs. They're just not shopping needs. The shopping needs are met by online now. They have needs like community, meeting people, nursery schools, GPs. There are a lot of things that could be at the centre that could be very nice. Having a drink, all that sort of meeting together is a central town, central city function, and it's something we enjoy having. And to me, that would be the way forward, not going back to the shopping era.
What would a really thriving local high street actually look like that would fit the needs of the people who'd be going to it now?
Yes. I think you go down there, you go to the GP, you will walk in, get seen, get your jabs for something, collect the baby from the nursery school, go and have a drink, meet people. It'd be a kind of warm community place. I think that's something we definitely need. Some of the needs from the past are definitely still there, still permanent human needs of meeting people. That's the way forward.
So Jeremy, forgive me for jumping in then, but we need it's a clear sort of differential then, isn't it? If people who are looking at all of this need to say, well, it's what can you do online compared to what you can only do in person.
Yes, that's a very good way of putting it. Yeah, people do like being together. COVID hasn't changed that. Online hasn't changed that. Just chatting away and being happy together is important. People will pay money, they'll go out of their way to do that. But High Street as a shopping mall is not making any money at the moment and is not going to make any money in the future.
Jeremy Baker, it's really good to... Oh, no, go on.
Sorry. I'm saying when you have a shop, it has huge overheads. You know, Monday morning at 9 o'clock, you switch on the lights, you got your staff ready, all the expenses whizzing into action. You haven't collected a penny from the customer yet, and you're already spending. Overheads are going out of the door the whole time. Yeah. So to have a shop is an expensive investment. Unless lots of people are walking through the whole time, then don't have a shop. You're going to lose money.
Look, good advice. Jeremy Baker, it is really good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. And it is that thing, isn't it? What can you not do virtually? You know, you can't get a haircut or go to a coffee shop virtually or go to the doctor. Well, you can sort of go to the
order your
doctor's
coffee to
journey.
home.
But you know what I mean? But it's all that sort of thing.
It's the social things.
It's social and practical things. And it was very interesting that the points Jeremy made, that as a retail expert, and if he doesn't mind me saying, an older retail expert, because it's often the older community who are saying, we want to go back to that high street thing. I understand it.
What do you buy from the high street?
Now, I do go into there's a shopping centre. We don't have a high street where I live, but there is a shopping centre, and so I do go in. But I tend to just go for a wander. Go for a wander. I might buy some clothes.
So it's general browsing.
Browsing and a coffee and all that sort of thing. But then, where do I go? I go to the dentists. I go to the doctors. Go to the opticians. All that sort of thing. And when I'm there, I normally grab a coffee. I said to Ellie yesterday, I needed a phone charger, a wireless phone charger. I didn't go to town for that because where'd you buy one of those? You drive in, pay the petrol, pay the parking, wander around, not quite sure where you're going to pick it up from.
Not when you can have one delivered.
Or do you just go da-da-da-da-da and it's there by 10 o'clock the next morning, and it's £8 or whatever I paid for it. And that's the reality. We can be critical of the high streets not being there for us, but are we using them? And the reality is most of us aren't. Well, yeah, it's a bit harsh, isn't it?
I go for presents and for cards. Because you really want to see those things. How many times have you bought something online and then you're really disappointed with it when it arrives?
Yeah.
And cards, I know some people do buy cards online, but for me that just really
I like to
buy
buy a nice card. But clothes, I'm not a big online clothes shopper because I like to try stuff on.
Oh, no, it's so exhausting trying things on. Jean shopping and shoe shopping, I absolutely hate it. I find one thing I like and then I just buy the same thing again and order it online.
Oh.
And if my sister is watching...
Oh, here we go.
I don't buy any new clothes, ever. I think she did almost a year with only buying things from a charity shop. She puts me to shame.
Oh.
I never buy anything online.
There you go. 9:38. Let us know what you think about that one. If you're a high street shopper or whether you do think, even if you think reluctantly, that things have got to change. But don't go anywhere because we've got lots coming up for you, including all the very latest with Stephanie Tecci.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, Matt. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.
Thank you for getting in touch this morning. Loads of you has. I know we've been a bit a bit lax on getting some of these views out today, but we're going to make up for it as best as we can. Helen says, fining people for not turning up for appointments, it'll never happen. The GP you had on tells you everything you need to know. They're apathetic about patients who no-show. I mean, he wasn't keen on the idea. Wasn't keen on the idea at all.
I think it's the idea of imposing financial repercussions on people who needed help in the first place from getting the appointment. Yeah, the GP, I'm really sorry, I can't remember his name now, but he was very reluctant to show any support in the idea of there being a financial penalty for missing an appointment.
Because the frustrating thing, and sometimes people do have a valid reason for missing one, but what you're doing is taking up a slot for someone who's in the queue. This is the problem. So I understand the frustration.
And it's kind of the cost of the architecture of putting it all into place. And Lee makes that point. Very good morning. He says, people just won't pay the fines. It will cost more money to implement it than it will actually bring in.
Yeah, except someone from earlier on, is it Sandra? Oh, I can't find it. Yeah, Sandra said every registered patient just has to submit a credit or debit card on file. Miss the appointment, payment taken. That's pretty cheap to do and easy to do. I would have thought. Not an expert on this. When it comes to money, though, Beth said a friend recently had their contract for fuel increased from £2,000 a year to £6,000 a year. As pensioners on a fixed income, how on earth can they afford to eat? What is the impact in the wider economy of people being unable to spend any money other than on essentials? Mass businesses going into liquidation, unemployment causing a spiralling and worsening effect. Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right, Beth. I mean, I try to look on the positive side of things when I can. I don't know what is going on. Helen, though, says it's really important to remind people the Chancellor has already authorised the payment of about £1,250 for the poorest in society, which equates to the average forecast bill. I don't know which 1,000. Well,
yeah, that's a combination of lots of the different benefits. There was £650 one-off payment that's actually coming in two payments, and for the really the poorest individuals, then we all get £400, and so you can add up all these different benefits, and they do stack up. But if you add up the cost of your living expenses, which is what we're always talking about, for some people it doesn't touch it, and for some people who've already got a set controlled income, and that might be their benefits or their pension, and it's not enough to pay those bills, they are stuck and extremely stressed.
Or just their salary. If it's not going up and you've got kids and all the rest of it. Well, I don't know. Anyway,
some showbiz.
Let's try and, I was going to say lighten things up, but some of this is a bit heavy.
First story, yes.
Stephanie Tetchy, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you just say you're looking beautifully fabulous and sort of summery and...
I know.
Almost a bit...
outside it's not summery.
Almost a bit
annoying.
Spanish.
Oh, thanks. I wish I was in Spain right now. Actually, with all three of you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Mind you, I bet Shakira doesn't wish she was in Spain.
No, not at the moment. So, pop star Shakira, hips don't lie, everybody. She could potentially be facing up to 8 years in prison because Spanish prosecutors say that she lived there between 2012 and 2014 and she failed to pay taxes of almost £12.2 million. So this week they tried to settle with her, but she's rejected claims because she's very adamant that she is innocent. She says the Spanish law is if you live there for 6 months, you are viable to pay taxes, but she said she was mainly living elsewhere. So she's rejected their plea for a settlement. So now, if she goes to court, she could potentially be fined for £20.2 million and also could be facing that 8-year term.
I'll tell you what's interesting, though. It's the Spanish authorities. They really do pursue evaders of tax. I mean, that's the reason why Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo no longer play in Spain, because they were pursued over France. Over France. Messi went to France, Ronaldo came to England via Italy, and it forced two of their top stars out of Spain, and that's kind of the worry that's always been happening here over the last sort of 30, 40 years. Drive taxes up too high, make the tax regime too punitive, and eventually it does drive people out.
You've got to pay what they owe, though, like the rest of us.
I know, but I mean, I'd be interested to know how much of that as a percentage of what she earned was. It sounds quite hefty to me.
But I
in 2 years.
With these cases, the celebrities always get away with these tax cases. Like, I don't actually know someone who's gone into prison for tax evasion. For some reason, they always manage to settle. So Shakira must have a really good lawyer team.
Well, but I suppose if she's saying... It's interesting if she's saying that she just wasn't in the country for that period of time. You know, if she's, I don't know what it would be, but 2 weeks every couple of months out of the country or whatever,
then
that
she breaks it.
well, that should be easy to resolve.
Prove. Yeah, but then how's it got this far then? They must have some evidence.
It's in everyone's best interest to settle because everyone benefits then.
Yeah.
You know, nobody really benefits. The state doesn't benefit from extra income if someone goes
but
to
I
prison.
wouldn't want to settle. If I was innocent, I wouldn't want to settle.
No, that's
I got
true.
it wrong.
That's a good point.
I'm interested that Shakira Isabel Membarak Ripoll.
Oh, what a name.
Oh, that's fabulous, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's very,
What's
very
your
nice.
middle name, Stephen?
Robert.
Robert. And yours?
Matthew.
And
Double T.
Oh, I like Matthew.
Elizabeth.
Rose.
Well, I'm actually a Rosamond.
Rosamond.
So it's Rosamond Elizabeth.
Rosamond Pike.
But my parents didn't love Ros as a shortened name, so they just pledged and stuck with Rosie early on. I am Rosamond to a few people.
Oh my gosh, I've got a big Ghanaian name.
Oh, good, good.
Oh my gosh, it's Stephanie Ajwa Tiwa Techi. So in Ghana, they base it on the days you're born. So if you're born on a Monday, then they give you the nickname Ajwa, and my grandma's name is Tiwa. So it's a long name.
I've been to Ghana.
Have you?
Ajwa. I've only ever heard of one other Ajwa. That's Ajwa Ando, who's an actress. I hear a lot on the radio.
In Bridgerton, right?
Oh, is she in Bridgerton?
Yeah, she's in Bridgerton.
Oh, I only hear on radio stuff.
Nothing showbiz gets past Steph.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Another singer, Taylor Swift, has been named, I didn't know this list existed, apparently now it does, the biggest celebrity CO2 polluter of the year. Fairly or unfairly?
She's just going to shake it off.
Well, Taylor Swift has taken 170 flights since January on her private plane. So a British digital marketing firm, Yard, they've teamed up with a flight tracker called Celebrity Jets, and they've said that Taylor has been the biggest CO2 emission polluter of the year. So she's literally, this year, she took a 26, instead of taking a drive for 26 miles, she took a 12-minute flight instead. So she's taken 170 flights since January.
That's more than one a day.
I know.
You see, I feel better now because all my jokes
That was
are
very-
environmentally friendly. They're all recycled.
Oh my gosh. Oh my
No.
gosh. Awful.
But if you had a private jet and it was your mode of transport, if we all had private jets, wouldn't we just take it when we can?
I'm getting the
Well,
helicopter
apparently,
back.
in our lovely briefing we've got in front of us, Swift, through a representative, batted back furiously at the report after facing an online backlash, saying she often lets other people take her jet on jaunts.
I still think she's
That's
guilty
not the
as
best
charged.
defence,
No,
is
it's
it?
not. You're still guilty as charged. Like, I'm going to lend my friend my private jet for the day or the journey. You're still adding to CO2 emissions.
Do you see pop stars, celebrities, people putting on these big tours being more climate conscious in how they put them on?
Well, to be honest, I think they're trying to keep up with the trends by saying, they're eco-friendly and they're trying to, be more green, but their personal lives do not reflect that at all as this list goes on, because there's other people on the list, including Floyd Mayweather, Jay-Z. So there's a whole bunch of them that are, being called out.
Oh,
But it's because they're doing the old... what do you call it? The virtue signalling, isn't it? If they were just saying, actually, we're celebrities, we don't really care about the environment, then that would be, I'd say, well, fine, all fair dues to you.
But that seems to be what Kylie Jenner did, who was then branded a climate criminal because she posted a picture, quite proudly you'd assume, of her and Travis Scott's matching his and hers private jets.
Why
do we need two?
No, but I think this is just how the rich and famous live. I think, any of us, if we did have a private jet, I think we'll just be tempted to take it all the time.
I wouldn't share it with anyone.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
I
wouldn't.
was doing a climate awareness week a few years ago, and Arsenal, in that same week, Arsenal Football Club took a plane to Norwich for an away game. They were probably in the air for about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And they were forced to come out and release a statement saying, we didn't mean to pollute the atmosphere. We'll try and take a train next time.
God.
I don't know.
I prefer trains anyway.
I do think we get hammered. We get a bit too much climate stuff shoved down our throats.
Yeah.
But then, on the other hand, stuff like this does make you think, oh, come on, there's got to be a middle line somewhere.
I just think, if we had a camera and we followed the rich and famous, this is what they're accustomed to. It's like the whole life of normality for them has just gone out the window. But it doesn't mean it's right there.
Yeah. Now, I'm interested in this. Now, legally... But, Colleen Rooney, She's won her case.
Yeah.
Well, she hasn't won a case. She didn't win the case.
Yeah.
Rebecca Vardy lost her case.
Yes.
That's how it works out.
Definitely.
Colleen's saying she doesn't want any compensation. I don't know. Would she ever be entitled to any? I don't know that she would she?
I think she would do. I wish we had a lawyer with us, but her lawyer has come out and said that Colleen does not want any compensation for the case at all. Ideally, she didn't even want to be involved with this case.
She's been quite dignified throughout the process, I think, don't you think?
I think she has. I think she deserves a lot of credit because, you know, for her stories, her private life was being put out there for so long, and then for this case to come out, it even brought even more things about the Rooneys' personal life out into the public. So, good for her, actually. And Rebecca Vardy's now broken her silence on social media, and she put a picture of her doing the peace out sign, and I'm just like, oh, give it a rest.
Does it get a lot of likes?
Let's see. Well, I think she's put her Instagram on
was that
limited
her?
likes. Yeah, that's Rebecca Vardy. That's her breaking her silence.
So it's not her face. If you're listening on the radio, she's sort of got her back to the camera, doing the peace sign, but it's
sign or
the
other way around. I'm not entirely sure.
The thing is, how do they both, do you think, play this now? What's the next step for them? Because they've been put into on purpose by one party into the spotlight, gone through it. Could they restore some reputation?
There's nearly always a way back, isn't there?
Always. And, you know, like Will Smith earlier this week when he came out with his grovelling video, 5-minute video, there's always going to be that big interview as well for Rebecca Vardy. Probably broadcasters are approaching her with millions of pounds to do her first exclusive talk. So she will get her say, especially now the case is over. They both can say whatever they want. It was rumoured that Colleen is now working on a documentary which will highlight her journey during the case. So they're both going to continue. They both kind of win out of it in a way when it comes...
In that sense, with something like Rebecca Vardy, it would only be a watchable thing, wouldn't it?
Yes.
If she turns around and says, she fesses up, says, yes, I did it, yes, I organised it, you know, all the things which the judge decided she had done to try to sue me. But if she said that, that would make a good programme. Yeah. But if she does a programme where she's just saying, hey, it wasn't me,
I think she's got to make light of it.
Continues,
She's got to make light of it to try and win a bit of favour with the public, I think. Also, in a few years' time, she's not going to be as famous as she is now. Because she's famous on account of her husband. Yeah. And he's not. He's probably got 2 years left as a footballer.
I'm just more intrigued how Jamie Vardy must be feeling.
I know.
You know, the conversation.
But he can't wait for the season to start.
I know. Do you think it's... I never know... I mean, he must be tearing his hair out, mustn't he, over all of this?
Well, if he's defending his wife, he must believe she's innocent, so...
Well, it would have been worse a few years ago when he and Rooney were both playing for England together and they were in the same dressing room, because that would have been a serious problem. We've seen players clash in the dressing rooms for all different reasons, and it always affects the rest of the squad, no question about it.
The culture has changed so much, though, from when Cheryl Cole was right in front of her in the spotlight and Victoria Beckham. Actually, I think if there was going to be a kind of behind-the-scenes tell-all documentary, we know lots of people are trying to create that type of programme, the England team presumably would be less keen because they've quite successfully changed the narrative away from the wives and the girlfriends onto the game.
Oh, I mean, goodness me. I mean, 2006 World Cup, Baden-Baden, it was a circus. I mean, Colleen Rooney, as a very young woman, was part of that. You had John Terry's wife there, Tony. You had Frank Lampard was married to Ellen Reeves at the time. You had Colleen Rooney herself. There were other wags there as well, and that was where the whole moniker wag came from, wives and girlfriends. In fact, a friend of mine was there in Baden-Baden, and it was like a circle, and every morning the wags would go running. And he said it was almost like a Benny Hill situation, because you had the wags going running for their jog at like 8 in the morning. You had the English paparazzi following them, and then the European paparazzi following our paparazzi to get a photo of all the circus that's going on. It was absolutely Benny Hill stuff.
The circus fared to everyone, though, didn't it? It worked for the wags, it worked for the press.
It did not work for the team.
It didn't work for...
It did not work for the team one bit.
So how do you think the England team now will be feeling about how this situation will play out? Because there is going to be TV series, there's going to be tell-alls, there's going to be loads of approaches now.
Well, neither of them play for England now, but it has definitely affected the culture of the current England team. They finally found a happy medium. That World Cup in 2006 was followed in 2010 by the complete opposite. They had Fabio Capello, who was a disciplinarian from Italy. He locked the players away in South Africa. They weren't part of the community. They were getting to Rustenburg, which is quite an impoverished part of South Africa, and they were told, the locals who had been waiting for 2 years to see the England team were told, no, they won't be seeing anybody today.
I'll tell you what, though, Stephanie, we lap it up, though, don't we? As punters, it's all about... None of this would be anywhere if we weren't lapping it up.
No, definitely. We love the drama. We love the drama. But that's why I've been so excited for this this England team for the women's, because you've been able just to focus on the football and the game at hand.
And not their love
the
lives.
Actually, you know what? They have been the newspapers have been kind of prying into their love lives as well.
Oh, have they?
Girlfriends and all that kind of stuff. But I'm quite proud that, women's football has got to this moment for tonight.
This is part of the thing. The bigger it gets, though, the more it's going to has the potential to evolve into this messy, showbizy.
Well, as
thing.
me and Aidan each week see how sports and showbiz, the worlds always collide.
Yes, they do.
They do. Tell us, Stephanie, what's on your agenda for this coming week? Any juicy stuff coming up?
What's happening this week? No, July. August always is like a no man's land in showbiz. Yeah, so nothing's going on except for football for me tonight.
Oh, yeah. What are you doing for it?
I'm just going to be at home with a glass of rosé.
It was really interesting, actually. Sales of rosé have really gone up.
Have they?
Yes, because it's women buying different types of drinks.
We're going to focus on the pints this morning.
Yeah. 8.7 million pints for Aidan and 8.7 million bottles of rosé for Stephanie. Oh, well, that's it for our lovely family for you from today. The political correction is here next. Don't go anywhere.
Now, looking ahead to the weather, it's going to be wet, I'm afraid, across parts of England and Wales, or good for your lawns. Dry and brighter for Scotland and Northern Ireland. Let's look at the details. So, southwest of England. The lunchtime snapshot is looking cloudy with some patchy rain and drizzle in places. Murky along northern coast and over the moors too. In southeast England, it's rather cloudy across the southeast. Cloud thick enough for a few splashes of rain too. Most places will stay dry. Let's head over to Wales, and grey, murky and damp across southern Wales until this lunchtime. A few heavier bursts of rain also possible, and it's going to feel quite muggy with temperatures around 22 Celsius. In the Midlands, it's going to be cloudy across lunchtime. Splashes of rain are possible. There will be a few glimmers of sunshine starting to develop. Temperatures about there, 22 Celsius too. In the northeast of England, it's going to be cloudy at midday with the risk of a few heavy downpours. Perhaps some sunnier breaks moving in towards the far north, towards Durham. Temperatures about 20 Celsius there. In Scotland, a bit of a west-east split across southern Scotland this lunchtime, with the best of the sunshine in the west. Cloudier in the east with a few showers possible. In Northern Ireland, it's mostly dry at midday with some bright and sunny spells developing at times. It's feeling quite pleasant in the sunshine as temperatures reach around 18 Celsius, winds remaining quite light. So a dry end to the day for many of us, but clearest skies across the north and the west of the UK. That's how the weather's shaping up.
We are GB News.
We're right across this great nation.
On TV.
On radio.
On digital. Absolutely everywhere.
We don't talk down to you.
We embrace all voices with honest and civilised conversation.
We are not part of the establishment. We're one of you.
And we're only getting started.
Join us on GB News,
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel. Hi there, it's Stephen and Anne.
At breakfast from 6 a.m, you'll always be caught up with everything you need to know, the latest headlines, opinions and debates.
We'll bring you the good news and the bad, but most of all, we're here for you.
Remember, send in your views and let us know what you would like us to talk about.
That's because we're your news channel. And every morning at 6 a.m, it's breakfast on GB News.
My name's Tom Harwood, and join me 9:30 a.m. every weekday for The Briefing, your one-stop shop for everything you need to know about what's going on in politics today.
I wonder if this is a deal that might need to be like the biscuits in this factory, twice baked.
Is there not an opportunity here to win out against the extremes?
Tom Harwood, GB News.
What are you going to do about it?
Things should have been done differently, and they certainly are being done differently.
Don't miss it. The Briefing with me, Tom Harwood, 9:30 Monday to Friday on GB News.
Where would you like to go?
Just take me to the studio, please, mate. You know where you're going. I've got a show to do. Friday Night Feast on GB News, 7 p.m. And it's like nothing you've ever seen before. We take a different angle on the week's biggest news stories. The viewers and listeners set me some absolutely mad challenges to do. We tried to rehome a rescue dog. And yes, there's some other wacky stuff in there as well. I feel like I could take on the world. Well, that's that. Friday Night Feast with me, Patrick Christie's, every Friday, 7 till 9 p.m. on GB News. Be there.